Gregorio! Antonio.
Enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good morning.
Here it is.
Good morning.
Here it is.
Good morning.
I did the old 2 more minutes. Like, I'll just lay here for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
In bed. And then
how did that work out?
10 minutes went by. It's like, bonk, my eyes flew open. I'm like, ah! Ah! And then the whole drive in, I'm just, whizzing around people. You just can't do that.
No.
You need that
go,
alarm discipline.
Go.
Yeah. Motherfucker.
I'm still annoyed by Friday. I know I went over it with the after show, but
Oh, I heard that.
I want to know who the fuck that guy is. And why is it? Are you scared to say who the guy is?
I'm not scared. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, Sam Roberts Scaredy Cat.
Yeah, do you want me to just announce his name?
No, because it's not going to mean anything to anybody.
Yeah.
But what does he do around here?
He controls all the studios and all the equipment. Like, if we need to do a fishbowl broadcast,
Right.
we need to go through him to say, well, we need 3 tables and we need connections for the 360s and the...
Well, I guess we could start by the end of Friday's show. We obviously, set up Sal badly, and he was the only one that didn't see it coming.
Oh, why would he?
Even the listeners saw it coming. Even the casual listeners saw it coming. The hardcore certainly saw it coming.
Yeah.
And we set up Sal to play the drums all morning long. At first, I wanted to hear him play the drums. But then when he didn't take the initiative and it took forever for him to finally realize that, maybe I should be playing the drums for Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, get a drum kit in here.
Yeah, then me and you kind of went for the turn. It was so obvious, well, at this point, he's not going to be playing the drums anytime soon. So the show ends with him with his stupid drumsticks going click, 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 like drummers do just before they
get
rock into it. And then, boom, show's over.
Yeah.
And it's always amazing that you do get a couple dummies out there go, duh! Like they don't understand. They're like, hey, they cut you off just when he was about to play the drums.
No one's
I
seriously
swear, I got a couple.
That.
I got a couple.
Oh, God.
It's a very, very small percentage at this point. But you do get a couple like, they cut you off. What happened?
Dolt.
So then after the show, we decided that, Sal needs to play the drums in the elevators. It's logical, right?
Why not?
Got that dumb, stupid, silly elevator show, so I'm like, fuck it, let's do this.
Door flies open and fucking drum solos going on.
Well, we packed up the whole drum kit, put it in the elevator. The first problem was that there was no room for anybody else, really.
Oh, really?
And then we went down, and a couple elevator doors open. You see people just running away from the elevators.
Oh.
I found out later that because of the elevator shaft, when he was playing in there, which he was, that it was so loud and echoey throughout the whole building.
It was just flying out the elevator doors.
I guess. They said, huh?
Everybody around here was talking about it after you left. Like,
everybody
everybody who works here heard it. Because I guess it just echoes through the shaft, the elevator shaft.
Yeah.
And then people up on 37 were sitting at their cubicles and they just heard like this huge booming sound of drums echoing through the building.
And there was a radio show that thought there might have been an earthquake. And I think it might have been us with the drums. I'm serious.
Really?
Yeah. So then
nice.
I told Troy, I'm like, Troy, this is going to be a problem if we go all the way down. And his intentions were not to go all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah,
but somehow we made it all the way down the bottom.
Yeah.
So the doors open and Sal's in full playing drums mode because we're trying to get some footage. And the first thing I see is 2 elevator banks out. They're working on 2 elevators, and one of the elevator guys just starts yelling at me. He goes like, "You can't be doing that today. We're out 2 elevators." He's losing his mind. And then that, of course, got the attention of the security guy.
Oh, the crack security staff here.
And then the security guy comes over. He's like, "You can't do this." I'm like, "All right, we'll go back upstairs. We'll go back. No problem. We'll go back upstairs. We understand, okay?" And he let us go. He let us go, so we go back upstairs. So then I'm figuring we're in the elevator bank, so I'm like, we could go down a few floors still, as long as we stay high in the building. They're way down below. So
people do push that button.
Right. So logically, we knew we had till about floor 26, but after that, it goes right to the bottom, I guess.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, Troy goes, "Oh my God, we're going back down. Something happened." I'm like, "You're kidding me. We're so in trouble." Those doors open in the lobby. Now there's 4 security guys.
Waiting.
4. Just yelling at us. And then some douche from here is down there. And he looks right at us. And I was almost amazed that he was talking to me. He goes, "On what planet do you think this was a good idea?"
The planet of having fun.
The planet
a
of
radio show and a
right, of course,
internet and fucking
of course,
anything but just playing music on a station. Fun planet.
Exactly. And who are we hurting in the end? Can you explain that?
Yes.
Could you explain who we're really hurting in the end?
What's the big problem that would happen if you were left to continue this?
He was so mad, like we were taking the drum set and maybe smashing it, or
right.
I don't know. I don't understand how some of these people's brains are wired. He's so mad, and all it is a bunch of drums that lay in that hallway. You've seen the drums a million times on your way out.
I've seen that.
And we set them up nice in the elevator, and we played them. What's the big fucking deal?
Yeah, what's the big
And why are you involved?
Yeah.
And by the way, no one from this place talked to me about it since Friday. Mm-hmm. So relax, whoever that douche is. So they start pulling us out of the elevator. And the one guy, I'm like, "All right, we'll go back up. That old gag. It worked the first time.
You just said that.
And the second time it didn't work. And one of these security guys got very aggressive. And he goes, "No." And he pulls one of the drums and he kind of sort of tosses but places it.
Flings it a little.
And it falls on its side. I'm like, "Oh, you just broke one of our drums. You're going to have to pay for that." I twisted it because now he's all panicky. Like, he might actually have to, because in the end, he knew it wasn't a problem. It was no big deal. It's just a bunch of dopes in an elevator playing drums. Who cares? But then, of course, the Sirius XM guy just scolding all of us. Once again, "Follow me." I'm like, "I'm not following you.
Follow me.
I'm an adult. I'm a father. I got 2 kids at home. I'm not following you."
Follow me.
But then the other security guys go, "We're not letting you up the regular elevator. You're gonna have to take the freight elevator."
How are the acoustics?
Beautiful. Actually, that was
in
said.
the freight elevator.
That was said in there.
Was it?
So then they I know I went over all this on the after show, but it's worth repeating. So then all of a sudden there's like a magic door in the lobby. There's a magic door.
Yeah.
They did something, and all of a sudden this wall moves.
Whoa.
And we go through a magic door.
Like Batman, Batcave kind of
and then I'm looking at this wall like, what? Like, you would never think there's some weird door there. And then next thing you know, we're in a bank of freight elevators. There was 2 or 3, I think, at least 2. And the guy's still like, once again, he's giving us all looks, and he's like pissy, and he's like,
The guy from up here?
yes.
Ew.
Just pissy. And then we're loading the drums onto the freight elevator. Troy, jump in if you think I'm exaggerating.
No, you're 100% on.
Yeah. And he was so fucking pissed.
Oh, he was.
What was he pissed
frothing.
at?
I don't know. We came back up here when we dropped everything off. He's just like, "Why would you take drums out in 20-degree weather?" I said, "The elevator's not 20 degrees. What are you talking about?
Where were the drums going to go?
Exactly.
What is he talking about?
He's just one of those guys that just, he has a little bit of authority.
If we were bringing the drums downstairs via the elevator, like that was the mechanism, we wouldn't be playing them.
Yeah, you
the whole
don't
point
play
was to
them
put him in the
inside.
elevator.
Of course.
Yeah.
And we're a dopey fucking company. Like, we're a whole bunch of us are very immature and do dopey things to try to entertain some people out there.
That guy doesn't know anything about that part of radio.
Everything has to be straight edge with this fucking guy.
Yeah.
Don't think out of the box.
Yeah.
So then he is, Like the security guards, you could tell, like they're kind of aggressive because their jobs are on the line, but they're kind of being cool. And this guy from here is just being pissy. On what planet did you think this was a good idea? I'm like, really?
He just keeps trying to scold us as we're walking.
And did you hear the part where he goes, "Follow me"? I'm like, I'm not following you.
Yeah.
I'm a middle-aged man.
Were you going to the office?
Right.
Were you being taken to the office?
So then we're loading the freight elevator, and the guys are sort of being cool. And then all of a sudden the walkie-talkie goes up. The supervisor wants to talk.
Oh,
to you.
no.
The supervisor, they say?
He was the head guy.
The head guy wants to talk to you.
For security?
Yeah. So the other security guards are like, oh, man, because they're like, it's going to that next level. And then I kind of took a peek at Sirius XM guy, douchebag, and he's giving me a look like, you're finally in trouble. I've been waiting for this day.
I hate this guy already.
I've been waiting for this day. You could tell he wanted to just rub his hands together like, I finally got you. I know you've been a problem around here bitching and complaining for years, and finally.
What a little tattletale.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Troy
people.
knows.
Yeah, he's a miserable guy.
Right.
It really is.
What?
God, there are a lot of people up here who don't have any real power.
Yeah.
And so, like, when they find an opportunity to reprimand somebody,
they must love it.
especially if it's somebody like you,
Right.
they go, I get to flex my muscle that I don't have.
And we're in this area, and I don't even look at Troy because I know he gets it and he's cool and he knows in the end we're fine.
Yeah.
But there's little Sal shaking like a motherfucker.
Was he?
The newbie is shaking, and I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
In this situation, I kind of got to let him off the hook a little bit. So I just give him a wink, like, I got this. I got this.
Yeah, relax.
I'm starting to fast forward in my head. At the very worst, I'm going to have to sit down with Greenstein and explain myself. So I know I got this because Sal is losing it. And then his eyes get really big, and he's like, oh, I'm about to see something, I think.
He probably figured he's another one of these low men on the totem pole that's going to be left in our fucking wake.
Right.
Like so many that he's read about over the years.
And then the Sirius XM douche, the elevator's open. He's like, come on. And he's like supervising the loading of the drums into the freight elevator. I'm just like, ugh.
But not even his drum.
No.
Like, it's like, who gives a shit?
And if you broke the drums, I mean, all you got to do is they go to the show and you say, look, the drums broke.
Yeah.
It's not his responsibility.
I had to write a check,
Right.
because I know it's my responsibility. I know it would be my fault at that point.
Wow.
So then the secret door opens, and here comes the main guy with a walkie-talkie, and I'm like,
Look
okay,
out.
here we go. He looks at me, and this is, I know, you might have heard it on the after show, but for the people that didn't, he looks right at me. He goes, first of all, and I'm like, it got me a little bit. It got me. He goes, first of all, I'm a big fan. And reaches his hand out to shake my hand. Dude, I turned like this to the Sirius XM douche guy and went, not this time, buddy. Not this time.
We're just like, nice.
Not this time.
My God.
First of all, I'm a big fan. And then, I was cool. I'm like, we were trying to do a thing, and we fucked up, and it went all the way down to the lobby. I'm sorry. I see you have elevator. I was totally Mr. Cool Guy, like, trying to respect his job. I'm like,
What was douchebag doing?
he was so mad. He's like, I'm a big fan of you guys, but you can't really be doing this. I'm like, yeah, I know. We were trying something. I see you have elevator banks out, which makes it worse today. I get it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then everyone starts joking. They're like, well, the acoustics on this elevator are pretty good because it's a big freight elevator.
Yeah.
And then we go upstairs, and the guy from here is frothing. He's so mad. He doesn't know what to do because he can't pull out any of his douchey phrases anymore.
Yeah. And then you walked into the studio, and then
I marched right past the guy. He's like, I had one of the drums. Like, let's just put the drums here. And he's just so annoyed and mad. He doesn't know who to yell at.
So I'm starting to help him move the drums aside.
Oh, I didn't hear this part.
Oh, yeah, and he's just still yelling at us.
At you guys.
Yeah, he's just reprimanding us just about, what do you think you're doing, and why would you do this, and it's 20-degree weather out there, and
playing outside.
I've gotten into screaming matches with this guy before. Kenny could tell you. I got into a huge yelling match with this guy before a couple months ago.
Right.
And I was just like, you know what, I'm just going to let this one slide. I don't feel like getting into it with this guy today.
Right.
But yeah, he's a miserable dude that just likes to flex his power.
He saw an opportunity.
Who is he?
He's exactly.
Is he the guy we had to ask for the drums?
He's the guy that's in charge of the drums. I don't think he got them for us. He has people under him that.
I think Mars just went and got the drums himself.
Yeah.
He said, I could do
Mars
this.
is motivated. We knew we needed drums. He knew where drums were in the building.
Yeah.
And believe me, it's for the most part, if things are just laying around the building, it's fair game for this show.
Of course it is.
Absolutely, just grab it, have fun. We're not going to bust it apart with a fucking hatchet or anything.
God forbid something happens, we'll take the responsibility.
And we take care of it.
We turned this long hallway into a bowling alley one morning.
Right.
Just to try to make it fun around here.
Just something fun, but there's people that honestly just want this to be like a corporation office.
Right.
Yeah, like Morgan Stanley.
Yeah.
We're not Morgan Stanley.
Morgan Stanley.
We're a bunch of goofballs that never grew up.
The product is behind the glass, and never shall the product leak out into the hallways or anything.
Look,
fuck you.
Yeah, the idea was a little crazy, I'll be honest, but
it sounds fun.
We had it kind of under control until you fucking messed us up and got us down to the lobby again. When he said, dude, we're going back down, it's not like you could hide what you're doing, because other shit we've done in the elevator is like, oh, fuck. You run across people in the elevator that don't want any part of it, so you go, all right, no problem. You turn off the camera and you just hide it like, look, I'm done. But you can't hide a whole drum set. And Troy goes, oh, shit, we're going all the way back down.
Oh, that's just a nightmare where you're like, uh-oh.
And the doors open and they're just staring at us like, really?
Well, and I thought to take the drums apart while we were heading back down, so it looks like, we're cleaning up, but somehow we just magically came back together.
I know. You did
Take a couple trips.
You did give it a try, but I mean, there were so many drums. It took up pretty much the whole elevator.
And I didn't realize that while we were coming back down, or still playing, the drums are playing, that they could hear it all throughout the entire building.
The guys that stayed on the floor said, the doors closed and we were gone, and they could hear us way the fuck down. Way the fuck down.
That was great.
Yeah. Sal can play. He can play the drums.
Yeah, he's a good drummer. Yeah.
So I just want. Oh, there's some pictures from.
Look at that.
It's on Roland's Instagram.
Oh, nice.
Roland's Instagram.
You went a little catty corner in the elevator, I see. It's nice.
Well, we're trying to set up in the corner so people can come in and enjoy some drumming as they were going to their floor, but.
Just trying to help the people out.
And that's not even their good drum set. They have a better drum set than that. Those are just miscellaneous pieces of drums.
Yeah.
But that guy, I'm like, what are you doing? Who cares?
Yeah. He's just like,
you're not my boss. You're none of these guys' bosses.
No. Yeah, but that's the thing. He's nobody's boss, and so when he has the opportunity to reprimand somebody or get somebody in trouble,
take it.
So
that's his power.
And he talked to somebody, and it was Friday, so I'm wondering if some shit will go down today, a little shit.
Nah, I mean, I think we all got the security guy, the guy who's in charge of security up here, came around talking to all of us just to get the story of what happened. I don't think anybody
probably got to make out a report.
I'm sure.
A report.
Any of us I didn't get reprimanded. I don't think anybody got reprimanded.
Because in the end, I mean,
like, what did it hurt?
Yeah, in the end, who cares?
There's nothing broken.
In an elevator.
That's what we've
playing. Who cares?
That's what we've come to.
Yeah, it's a Friday and somebody played the drums in the elevator.
Right.
Who cares?
It was just one of those things where they go, "Hey man, you can't take the drum set in the elevator. Come on."
Yeah,
and you go,
and
okay,
all right.
and that's what I said. Like, I guess you're
all
right.
right.
We thought we had an idea, and I guess it.
Yeah, you don't go, fuck you, I'm taking the drums in the
no.
No, when it push comes to shove and you get fucking caught or whatever it is, you just go, yeah, we were trying this. All right, but then we'll go back upstairs.
The guy doesn't go,
what are you thinking? What's the matter with you?
What's the matter? He goes,
chill.
on what planet did you think this was a good idea?
Planet Fun.
Yeah, that's what we said.
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah,
There was
Earth,
nothing bad idea about this.
I mean, these corporate douches have come up with Casual Friday. We came up with let's play drums in the elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just look. Most of the people in management, they have no sense of humor. They don't know they just don't know how to just have fun and just roll with the punches.
How great would that have been if you responded to his, what planet did you think this was a good idea on? You could have been, well, you're wearing jeans to work.
Yeah. It's Friday. What are you, crazy? What planet are you from?
I took the I'm not listening to you approach.
Yeah.
Not listening. The only time I looked down was when that guy goes, first of all, I'm a big fan. As I still am shaking the guy's hand, I turned and gave that comedic look to the guy like,
Yeah, look at that.
Now what are you going to do? Now what's your move?
He's not a big fan of the guy that gets mad the drums are out of the fucking office, that's for sure.
And there was the other security guy too, not the head guy, but another guy walking us back that said something dope. He was like, "Oh, I'm a fan. I've been listening to you for years."
Well,
it's like they were all like cool guys.
Remember the one guy that was kind of the first on the scene? It was like, "You guys got to get out of here." He was wearing the glasses, the black guy with the glasses. So after the whole thing, and I finally left the building after, I don't know, sometime after 11 o'clock, after dealing with all this shit, I'm walking out, and he's there. So I'm like, oh, fuck, it's just me and him now.
Yeah.
All the spotlights are off, and now it's just me and him. I'm like, oh, shit. And he comes aggressively up to me. I'm like, here we go. Goes, dude, I just want to let you know, man, I'm just doing my job. I don't give a crap whatsoever, but, you know, I got bosses and stuff, and, you know.
So did the trustees at the concentration camp. They were just doing their job, too.
But he was cool. He came up to me to basically apologize. Like, look, if I was a little aggressive, it's because my, you know, supervisor was right there, and you put me in a weird spot, but in the end, I don't care. I'm a fan. You know, I thought it was, he goes, I thought it was funny, to be honest with you. I'm like, all right, no worries. Have a good weekend. So.
Yeah, it was fun.
So in the end, the only one was the guy from here, like thinking, I guess we're going outside with drums. Even if we did that, who cares? That would have been fine.
Yeah.
What would have happened?
Nothing.
Yeah, like people never move their drum kits in and out of the house and into a club in cold weather.
Yeah.
Like don't. He's talking about it like it's some kind of fucking temperature sensitive shit.
Right.
Have drums in a trailer, drive across the country in the freezing cold, go play a gig.
And this is not a huge over-the-top radio event, but I guarantee more people are talking about us trying to do something in an elevator with a drum set than him, like, you know, tweaking some knobs somewhere.
More people were asking me about the drums being played in the elevator on Friday than any event that he's helped put together here.
Oh, of course.
It was bigger than when Taylor Swift came by.
Well,
even bigger than Oprah.
Yeah, bigger than Oprah. When Oprah came through these halls, there was more of a buzz on Sal playing drums in the elevator.
Right.
Sal.
Everybody likes to put fear into you, not to just to stick to the rules here. Do not sway either way.
That's too bad.
And the fact that you just kind of do your own thing, it drives people insane.
Yeah, well, you know, I got the FU money. It's a good place to be. No, but I mean, there were times we didn't have it, and we still just did our own thing. Yeah. We're lucky. In the end, we're lucky. We only got fired, what, twice?
It was a good timing.
Maybe 3 times.
Yeah.
We got lucky because we've always done our own thing for the most part.
And what's the worst that's going to happen? What's that guy going to do? Like, your 3 firings are going to be, well, you announced the mayor was dead, a couple had sex in a church, and Sal played the drum in the elevator.
Played the drums in the elevator.
How hard can he wag his finger at you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I assessed the situation immediately, and I go, okay, the worst that's going to happen, I'm going to have to talk to Scott Greenstein about it. Who cares? That's it. I knew I wasn't going to get fired, but this guy, man, he was hoping. He was hoping that
I got him. Finally.
Yeah, like the building demanded my firing and demanded that I never step foot in the building. He was praying for something big and he didn't get it.
Well, yeah, that hope all went away when the head of security goes.
Oh my God, it was
big fan.
The timing on that was beautiful.
Yeah,
because he got me. He goes, first of all, I'm like, oh shit, here we go. I'm a big fan. I just turned as I'm shaking his hand.
What a tool. Where does that tool, like,
you've seen him a million times. I've never seen him smile, and he just kind of...
Where does he... Like,
he's upstairs.
Oh, he's an upstairs guy?
Yeah. I don't think he likes us.
Oh, I had to calm down.
No, he
don't make me come down there.
He sort of was nice to me when I sat in the booth as he was mixing MGMT one day, a year and a half ago at this point, probably, maybe even 2 years ago. He was all right that day, but that was the only time I ever really had any kind of contact with him until the finger pointing and the follow me and
fuck him.
What plant did you think this was a good idea?
He must have loved being able to, you know.
He was looking at all of us like he wanted an answer from all of us. I'm like, you're not getting an answer from me, and I know you're not getting an answer from Troy, and I know Sal will probably panic and go and say, I'm sorry, sir, a few times. But you ain't getting shit from me and Troy.
Questioning.
I knew you weren't going to say shit and fucking... be a little puss boy about it.
That guy, I mean, like I said, I've gotten into screening matches with him. So
over what?
Well, the last time was, let me think what it was. He had tore apart my entire studio, and I come into work on a Monday, and everything's completely demolished. And I said to him, like, what are you doing? Like, I work for this show. Like, we're going to be on the air. I need to produce shit.
Right, yeah.
And he's like, well, there's other shows that are more important than this, and it's not on my priority list, and you know, it's just like, and then it's just like the chain of command where I have to go to my boss.
He said there are more shows more important than this?
Yeah. Right. And so I have to go to my bosses that have to go to their bosses that have to go to his boss it's just like this.
Why did he tear apart your studio? He needed it for something else?
He was trying to fix something or trying to do something, and it was torn apart.
Most of the people around here don't really, you know.
It's just weird the layers of people that you have to go through to reprimand him to get him to do his job. It's just...
I don't know why we're so hated around here. Is it because we, speak our minds?
Maybe because sometimes
we've turned a bunch of people around, but
absolutely.
But there's definitely a lot of people that still fucking hate us on the show.
People that work here, a lot of people that work here, don't understand what it is. They don't understand that the product isn't a fucking widget. It's not some kind of fucking, something that's sold at Macy's.
Right. It doesn't fit into a mold.
Yeah, it's a fucking, it's radio shows going on in this place.
I think
sometimes it means getting a drum set and going into an elevator.
I think a lot of it is still this old layover from the Sirius XM separation. Because there are a lot of people
probably some resentment
who actually started listening to the show, and they love that you guys shit on management all the time because everybody around here wishes they could do that.
Right.
You know what I mean? There are a lot of people who love that, but then I think there are a lot of people who don't like that, you came from XM, and you guys are, all of a sudden, you just walk into this building and you get to be the big dogs. And they've been here slaving away
but I don't,
like that idiot.
I don't know any of their names. I don't know what most
point.
of them do. I have no idea what that guy does. I've seen him. And I couldn't name 5 radio shows here.
Right, that would be
Except
the point.
for the big celebrity type ones. But regular radio shows, I couldn't name them. I have no idea. I see sports guys walk around. I don't even know where their studio is.
But you guys
and I don't know their
big
names.
dogs.
Yeah, when you guys won something too, I mean, people have to jump.
Right,
You know what I mean?
You
And
didn't
that,
have to come in here and kiss the ring.
and that gets people upset. You know what I mean? Because it's like,
Why? That means we're doing our jobs. That means we're bringing in subscribers.
well, that guy doesn't look at it like that.
Of course he doesn't. Oh, he thought he had me. I laughed at that off and on all weekend. I just started thinking about it.
He brings in listeners with, tweaking those knobs.
I'm sure his job is important on some level, but stay out of our fucking way. You have nothing to do with what we do and what our guys do.
Don't try to reprimand anybody in here. That's silly.
It is, right?
It's not going to get you anywhere, really.
Yeah, I didn't get one email or one phone call about it. So why is he
No.
trying to get into my face about it?
Yeah, nobody really said anything to me afterwards. So
No.
No, because it's ridiculous, and everybody's fine with it, except for the guy who thinks he's Mr. In charge of drums guy.
Right.
yeah.
Sal get a talking to?
Oh,
Sal?
talking.
He didn't? No.
Why would Sal come in here during the
What, he
big
was lawyer?
fucking wrap up?
He doesn't want to get mixed up in any of this.
Sal, why wouldn't you be part of this conversation?
He was helping me fix your machine.
But
Oh,
Now, he went running down the hall with you. I'm like, you going in? He's like, no, I got to do this.
no, but why? But this is more important than it.
Because I don't think he wants to get yelled at for anything or torn
oh
apart
boy.
today.
Oh,
Have you been listening, Sal?
Yeah. It was fun on Friday.
We're laughing because you were scared.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah.
Why were you scared?
Well, I just, low man on the pole being, an obnoxious dick playing drums in an elevator. It's, seemingly like I would get in trouble. I was the one doing it.
Did you like the wink?
Yeah, that was the
That wasn't a gay turn on, by the way.
No,
So let's
I know,
relax,
I know.
okay?
No, it
That was I got this wink.
No, it was
All
like,
right?
It was like everything's cool. As soon as that happened, like I'm following my boss, everything's cool. So
Was
Excited.
were you on the phone with somebody Friday bitching about how the guys were being really rough on you? And
no,
no,
on the phone with
I don't know. Someone? I heard somebody told me that they walked by and heard you on the phone with somebody
Yeah,
talking about how you were like, oh yeah, they were fucking really giving me shit today.
no.
Yeah,
I mean, whenever I'm on the phone, Roland starts screaming shit, so maybe that's what it was.
yeah.
And I always say that Roland's giving me a fucking hard time. Roland hangs up on, when I'm on the phone and shit like that.
Oh, that was it.
Oh.
No.
You heard differently? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I just heard. You might have been crying to somebody.
Yeah, no, I was definitely crying about something. No.
Okay. Just making sure.
You have you don't have anything to add?
It was, well, you guys already said the whole story, but it was fun. And, yeah.
When did you...
Oh my God.
I was get,
He's finally part of a big event.
yeah,
He's actually involved in something cool.
Yeah, and he has nothing to add.
I was trying to think of questions.
The wink, the guy being pissy, the
Yeah, that guy
security
was-
guys.
Yeah, and I even said to him, I said, when he said the whole thing about taking the drums out in 20-degree weather, I mean, I've lent my drum kit, which is...
To Eskimos, right?
Yeah.
of course.
I've lent my drum kit for friends of mine to do, video shoots and stuff like that, where they've just completely, poured beer all over my kit, and I had the exact same kit, and it's a pretty valuable kit,
Yeah.
I have two of those. They said if anything happened to the drum,
He's making this really boring. Why are you making this really boring?
I'm sorry.
What are you talking
I'm sorry.
about? Who cares you have a kit the same?
Well, he was reprimanding me like as if I was disrespecting the
we
drums.
sort of understand that we would have been okay with the drums in 20-degree weather.
Do you have any
I think we're all on that page.
Do you have any interactions with the dude when you were putting the drums away with him?
No, that's the great thing. I didn't have to put the drums away. I had to get the drums here initially, which, but it was a beautiful thing just to leave all the shit there and just walk right away. So I didn't have to.
They're not in the hallway anymore. The drums.
No, they were there till the
Shit.
afternoon, though.
They were.
Yeah, they didn't clean them up.
Fuck, we're not gonna get drums anytime soon, I guess.
You're maybe going to pick him up again today?
Fuck yeah! Hell yeah!
I'll bring my own kit next time if you want to do some drum covers or something like that.
No, fuck that. If they want drums, I bet you they can get the drums this morning.
Yeah.
We should make that guy set up the drums for us.
Oh man, he wouldn't like that.
We should have Sal play the drums
Degrading.
today.
Huh?
We should have Sal
Let's
play
have
the
Sal
drums
play them in the
today.
lobby.
Right. Is the dopey radio wizard here yet? Have him do it. Tell him we need Sal because we got to end the bit. Because officially Sal has not played drums for us.
Not on air.
Not on air.
Nope.
I'm going to try to make something out of that for the next elevator show. Going to try. I don't know what I fucking got. So we didn't get any reaction shots because people would refuse to go in the elevator with us.
Yeah, it was so fucking. The elevators are marble, so it's just.
It was
refracts
so
the sound
loud
everywhere.
in there. It was so loud.
There's no sound absorption whatsoever.
It's ricocheting up the.
God,
up
it
the
was.
And you just have
shaft.
when it opened up in the lobby, just those huge ceilings in the lobby, you just have no idea how loud it was. Just that snare drum hit was just like,
See, this is how stupid we really are in the end. When we're going all the way down the lobby, I'm thinking, right as the doors are open, I'm like, all right, Sal, cool, be cool, be cool.
Yeah.
But obviously they heard us coming. It's a hollow elevator shaft with a giant marble lobby. I think they heard us way before I said be cool as the doors were opening. That's why they were waiting right at the fucking elevator door.
Of course.
They heard the noise.
People in corners of this building, on like the 37th floor, were going like, so, drums in the elevator today, huh? During the afternoon, they heard it from their offices.
Yep.
people here love it though, man. Nothing ever cool like that ever happens. You know?
It's the same shit every day.
Usually guys in like black coats are coming out of the elevator, and now all of a sudden you see like a nice shiny drum kit. You wanna
Yeah,
know what
people
the fuck is
having
going
fun
on.
in there.
Except for that's what I was saying. Except for the few anuses who just need that power. You know what I mean? Most of the people here like that you guys fuck with people.
Oh, that guy was so annoyed, man. He was so bothered by the whole thing. I'm like, really? This is what bothers you?
And we were just playing the drums. I wasn't like throwing the drums around or anything like that. It was just.
I want to say to the guy, you would have never fit in at NEW, man. This is child's play.
Good for him.
We had like a couple fucking the boss's couch in front of one of the other bosses.
Sal was shaking when he was in there.
Oh, yeah, I loved it.
He was shook up.
Thought you were going to be fired?
Oh yeah.
But then I felt like I had to let him off the hook, so I winked like, trust me, I got this one. This is an easy one compared to the shit we've been through over the years. I'll get us through this one.
You were worried he was getting physically excited after that?
Well, his whole like face like lit up like, oh, I see what's going on here.
I'm in with the fun crowd now.
I love that secret door. That's pretty fucked up.
I got to see where that is.
I don't even know if I could show you.
Literally, you pressed on the wall, and all of a sudden it just moved.
Right.
You have to like move a bust, like somebody's bust and move it
Yeah,
forward.
like fucking
I guess
Batman.
there was a seam, I guess, but it goes in with the whole decor.
Alfred comes out and fucking opens the door for you.
So,
Did Sal recover then? Is he in good terms? Did he do good? Friday show was rough.
I guess we feel like we went through something together a little bit. So you know, still a bore on the air.
That's too bad.
And like, what do you think really like the worst thing Sal's ever done? Like, he's not, he's never done anything bad. You ever like shoplifted or did anything where you had to get in trouble?
What's the worst thing you've ever done in your life?
Worst thing I've ever done.
Why would he shoplift? He's got cash.
That's true.
Exactly.
It's the same deal, you know? It doesn't matter.
I just asked mommy and daddy.
Yeah.
I once got like we had to go to court because we got a summons for like fucking around. We like initially got our cars. We were like 16 or something like that, and these girls called 911 on us, and they thought we were harassing them. So it was nothing.
They
nothing too
thought
crazy.
you were harassing them.
Yeah, they thought.
They called 911. What were you doing?
We were just like dicking around, like pulling up behind them, screaming stupid shit.
Screaming, "Ew, girls!"
Ew, how does anyone come in those things?
Ew, look at those boobs. Ew.
So yeah, we had to go to court because we all got summonses, and that was it. It wasn't. Anything too bad.
That's the big fucking.
What were you
crime.
yelling at them?
I don't even remember. We were just high off our asses, just doing stupid shit. We originally got our
You were
license.
high off your asses?
Yeah,
on
You're
what?
on drugs?
We were smoking marijuana.
Sam.
Watch out.
I didn't know he was a druggie.
That wacky
rebel.
tobacco. Whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, look out.
Uh-oh.
How'd that get fucking disposed of?
Well, we went there, and it was all degenerates. It was all like, people with,
Look out.
possession and all that sort of crap. And we all went there, like, dressed really nicely. We looked like lawyers. People were mistaking us for
for the
being
lawyers.
paralegals or whatever. And
Oh, you're such a liar.
Lose the stash.
You said you were
Lose the
16.
stash.
16 doesn't look like a lawyer. It's 16.
No,
Well, I mean,
no
you
16-year-old looks like a lawyer just
Okay.
because they put on their confirmation suit.
Could be like a Doogie Howser law thing.
Oh, God, no.
No?
Look at him.
I meant gay.
Oh.
But yeah, that was it.
They were
And,
confusing you for the lawyers, were they?
well,
Confirmation.
some people go to court dressed in like sweatpants that are like covered in paint and shit, and they're all cracked out of their heads. And we went there
wow.
put together.
Poor working
It was
guy
4 of
can't
us.
even go fucking walk around in front of this motherfucker.
Excuse me. I have 3-piece suits to wear to
Yeah,
court.
sorry, I paint for a living and feeds my kids. What? Sorry, I can't wear a suit.
Some of us got to go to work after this.
16 with my car for fucking smoking pot and harassing girls. Wow.
I should be so lucky.
Yeah.
I guess that's it, right? Anything else from Friday? There's the wrap-up. Yeah. I got a car on my house.
Oh, man.
I got a car on my house.
Caddy on a hot tin roof. I get it.
How the fuck did that car end up on that roof?
Man, couldn't handle a corner.
You know the story?
Bottom of a hill. No, I was just reading on it.
Oh.
I guess tried to make a corner.
Right.
Went right through the little guardrail and up onto a house.
There you go.
Hey, have fun with that.
All right, Sal, thank you. Thank you, Troy.
There goes Sal.
I think that was it from Friday.
All right.
We kind of did on the after show, but figured we should do it on the regular show, too.
Yeah, I had to listen to that to see what the fuck was going on. But,
It was fun.
yeah, it sounded. Sounded fun.
Yeah. What else is up for
Funny
today?
duddies.
How was your weekend?
Pretty relaxing.
Yeah?
Yeah, didn't do
Just
much.
chilling?
Didn't do much. Yeah, just hanging out. Yeah, wow, I got like no weekend shit.
I do.
Oh,
Went down to Philly. I went to,
Philly.
I got to say, I went to Steven Singer. This will be a little...
Steven Singer, the other corner, 8th and Walnut.
Absolutely. I went to the other corner of 8th and Walnut, and, man, that other corner of 8th and Walnut is pretty messed up right now with a lot of construction. I couldn't park my car in the nice parking lot where he validates the parking after you do business with the guy. And went in there, and they're just great in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking tear down a wall today. We'll go back to beating the shit out of them tomorrow. But they're just great in there.
Yeah.
Place was packed. They're doing ridiculous business. He hires hot chicks. They got cookies, coffee, warm cookies constantly.
This is craziness.
And you sit
It's a
down
jewelry
and
store.
you just chill out, and they take care of you. Because, I had to cut the rings off the wife when she was pregnant.
Oh,
so
right.
finally, now that, my youngest is almost 6 months old already, I figured we better get your rings back together.
Did he do it? Good job.
All sorts of shit. Because then I had to get a push present that I never got.
Push present.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell's that?
Well, when we were growing up, it was called just being, a mom.
Yeah.
Maybe you got her flowers and a card. But
Congratulations.
But now it's a whole thing. Women take it very seriously, and they talk among each other. What did he get you for a push present?
Does that mean a present for pushing the baby out?
Yeah.
Holy Jesus.
I don't know who started this, but whatever. It's
Wow.
fine. I don't mind at all. But what I do mind is all the chatter that happens. Because
A lot of chatter.
Because, she had to say a couple times, he hasn't, got me anything yet,
What were they all?
I was going to get her something, but the thing I wanted to get her, it's a long story, whatever. It's boring. But basically,
Let Sal tell it.
Yeah, no kidding. So finally, I picked out a push present down there as well. And,
Yeah.
Yeah, they were great to us. Fucking great.
Yeah.
And
Was he actually there, or did he have his people deal with you?
He was at Parent Day or something for his kid.
He was indisposed.
At a university. So I dealt with Turbo Joe.
Turbo Joe.
Sam knows Turbo Joe.
He's a man.
Turbo Joe is the man. If you're going down there, you're looking for an engagement ring or something, you walk in like I do.
Yeah.
I embarrassed everyone I was with. I'm like, where's Turbo Joe?
Oh, jeez.
And obviously, no one in there knows who I am, so they're like, who is this idiot?
He knows so much shit about diamonds.
He does.
Turbo Joe.
Yeah.
Turbo Joe's the man.
He's the guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blood diamonds.
Blood diamonds.
Know about the blood diamond?
All of them. He don't care.
Does he know how to hobble people that he thinks are going to run off with the diamonds?
Yeah.
Out there and
His first
Sierra
job in
Leone?
jewelry.
Yeah.
He told me a
Right.
great Lenny Dykstra story, too.
Oh, Lenny's crazy, right?
Wow, and Turbo Joe was a big fan of Lenny Dykstra growing up.
Oh, yeah.
And played baseball because of Lenny Dykstra. I guess he did okay. Obviously not great, or he'd be in the majors instead of slinging fucking blood diamonds for Steven Singer.
Blood diamond.
But then fast forward, Lenny Dykstra walks in, and there's Turbo Joe going, holy fuck, you're my childhood fucking
Wow.
hero. And Turbo Joe told me that Lenny Dykstra is a jerk.
Was he a jerk?
And he was kind of extreme, not kind of, he was really bummed where the hot women after Lenny Dykstra left had to kind of console Turbo Joe.
Really?
Yeah, because Lenny Dykstra was his guy growing up.
So you meet one of your heroes, and he turns out to be a jerk.
That always happens, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's par for the course.
What was he doing that?
He's just, well, he came in and some of the things Turbo Joe said I'd rather not say here on these airwaves because I don't know.
Uh-huh. Was he talking about?
He might not have been fully aware.
Oh, okay. All right.
But he might have just been tired. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
yeah.
not going to say.
Sometimes people are tired. They seem like maybe they're intoxicated or on some type of drugs or
right.
something, but they're just tired.
But the headline here is Turbo Joe says Lenny Dykstra was a jerk.
A jerk.
And he loved the guy. He actually started playing baseball because of the guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Must have been something there. He walks through the door. You're like, this is my chance to meet one of my heroes.
Right.
Oh, he's a jerk.
So then there was a bunch of us. There was a group of us. I'm like, hey, man, let's, it's kind of early. My in-laws were watching the kids. I'm like, let's go get a nice fucking sushi meal. So someone's got to look up the restaurant for me because they need a beating today. And I've been there before. It's one of the hot sushi joints in Philly, and you need reservations and stuff. But they open at 5. Mm-hmm. Modioto, somebody help me out because I really need to put the name out there today. So they open at 5.
Yeah.
It's like 5. It's like 5:02. I'm like, and I've done this many times. You have as well, I'm sure. With these hot restaurants, you get there just as the doors open. They're going to squeeze you in nice before all the reservations start.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Sure.
What's the name of the place?
Is it Morimoto?
Morimoto.
Maury's wigs.
And this is why I love.
Morimoto.
And this is why I love having a radio show because this happens to people all the time, but they can only bitch to their friends. I certainly will bitch to a big radio audience, and we have a nice audience in Philly. There are a bunch of fucking dicks in this place.
Are they jerks?
They're jerks. And look at it, it's a really nice place. It does
look nice.
It does well in Philly, but they don't give a fuck about. They don't give a fuck about. Well, they didn't give a fuck about me. I know I could get away with saying that. So I go in. All nice. I go, hey, I know you just opened. We got 6, and we don't have a reservation. We would like to sit down and eat. I was cool. I
About
acknowledge
20 minutes.
exactly.
Seinfeld 4.
So they look at me, and I would love to know what this is about. Like my brother would probably be able to tell me, but he's not around right now. Maybe a restaurant person can. They look at me. And the crew, I guess.
Yeah.
And I guess we don't look good enough for the place or something.
Oh, boy.
Because the lady, extremely rude. If the people from, what is this joint called? Morimoto are listening. The blonde with the bright, I want to suck your dick red lipstick.
Wow.
Was extremely rude to us. And she's the first person you run into when you go in there. And she looks down at her fucking computer. Because the first reservation, so I'm thinking, first reservation, probably 5:20. We'll take a little walk around the block, maybe go see Benjamin Franklin shit.
Yeah, I could do that.
Or the Liberty Bell, because it's all right in that area. Actually, I walked right by the Liberty Bell, and I thought that was really strange. I'm thinking to myself, at this very moment, I'm the closest person to the Liberty Bell. I thought that was kind of cool.
World. Yeah, that's pretty.
I once did that down in Key West. You go to the shore, and it's the closest point to Cuba.
Yep.
I go, right now, there's no one more south than me in the United States of America.
That's pretty cool.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's cool, right?
Right.
You get your little moment. Anyway, so she looks down at her computer, and I'm thinking, all right, look, you know, she's going to say 5:20. It looks like there's even still setting up tables, but the place is officially open. So she goes, the first reservation is 10:30 tonight.
What?
And I look over her shoulder, and I'm still trying to be cool. And I go, what? You got invisible people in here right now?
Ah!
Like, just making light of it. And there wasn't one table that was being taken.
Yeah.
One table. And it wasn't like people rushing in because 5 o'clock hit. Like, it was obvious. No one was walking in there. You know, you were gonna have some stragglers.
It wasn't going to fill up in the time that it would have taken you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's like, take a table.
Thank you.
And then as people come in, you fill up the place. But by the time, you know, fill up, you're already gone.
We needed an hour maybe. So
That's it. Right,
you know,
right.
What, at 5:30, 6 o'clock, the place was going to be packed? I don't think so. I go, so, what, you got invisible people in here right now or customers?
Oh, boy.
It's not a smile, nothing. She just looks at me. First reservation's 10:30. So I I like saying this because I've seen Jimmy do it. I started biting my own teeth. It's that, like, you know, you're like...
Opie, sushi diva.
And then I turned around and it was loud enough where people could hear. I go, get me out of here before I fucking hit somebody.
Oh, shit.
I was so fucking mad. Yeah. So what was that about? We weren't dressed properly, you think? Or they want to be the hot restaurant where they could tell people.
Book. Yeah.
They want to tell people, like, we are too hot to serve you right now, obviously. Look at this place.
They don't bend the rules there. It's a reservation, and you're fucked.
Dude, look, you see the picture. That's exactly what I saw. You see this picture of an empty restaurant because they just opened? That's exactly what I saw. It would be impossible to seat everybody.
There would have had to have been a line outside of all the people waiting to come in.
Exactly.
For a 5 o'clock reservation.
Exactly.
Oh, that's fucking ridiculous.
So, Morimoto, I know they're big in Philly, and I know they own a bunch of joints, man. You know, your people certainly did not even treat us like human beings. Because there is a better way to say that.
Yeah.
Like, even explain, like, well, I know the restaurant they should have said, is empty, but this is how it works.
Yeah,
These people are going to be piling in at 5:30, and you're going to be kind of taking up somebody's table at that point.
Say something. Anything.
And then I kind of was, like, joking slightly about it.
Right.
So then we do the same thing with Budokan down the street.
Yeah.
Budokan's a really nice place as well.
Mm-hmm.
Serves, sushi dishes. I'm not sure if they serve sushi, but kind of like, you know, seared tuna and all that crap.
Yeah.
And we did the same thing. We actually called them up like, hey, man, I know we don't have a reservation, but, you know, we got 6 and we're right around the corner. Like, come on in.
Look at that.
Come on in.
They knew the score.
And they couldn't have been nicer. They fit us in, and they were great to us.
Well, fuck
absolutely
that
great
place.
To us.
Morimoto.
And Budokan has a pretty good reputation. We have a Budokan here in New York that does really well. They do really well in Philly, and they couldn't have been nicer.
You know what Morimoto
It's probably
means
owned by the same guy.
You know what Morimoto means in Japanese?
Say it.
It means scumbag.
Scumbag. I knew
that's what I'm hearing.
I fucking knew
means
it.
fucking scumbag.
I should have known ahead of time. I should have known ahead of time.
Hey.
So thank you to the people at Budokan that were the complete opposites of the people at Morimoto.
Yeah.
You know, I get it. If you could have been way nicer about about it than you were.
Morimoto, you are not having dinner.
But probably Morimoto would look down at Budokan like, oh
yeah,
that place, really?
Yeah.
We had an excellent meal there, and I want to thank the people.
Mm.
And they, and people were coming in. They were coming in, but they knew that we'd be able to squeeze our dinner in before it got too crazy.
Yeah.
So,
well, good for Budokan.
Yeah, that Liberty Bell is pretty impressive. Nice big glass window. You could walk right by it.
I remember seeing that thing years ago.
I think that's the first time I officially saw it, even though YSP was across the street back in the day.
Yeah, it's still cracked.
Yeah, still cracked. You would think
they
would
didn't fix
that
it.
shit
Yeah,
by
come
now.
on.
don't know what
It's a
they're waiting
national.
for.
It's a national treasure. She fixed the fucking thing.
And then there was a walking tour, which I've never done. I think I want to do that. There's some
Do ya?
cool
Yeah.
buildings down over there.
Is it the guy dressed like fucking Ben Franklin?
No, I
Takes
didn't
you
see
around?
him this time around.
Remember Stinky Ben Franklin?
Yeah.
Everyone in Philly apparently smells when they're in costume.
Well,
they
they have
never
to-
wash their costumes.
Because of those, where do you wash costumes
I
like
know.
that?
Where the fuck?
The Philly Fanatic, I don't know how you wash that
Philly
thing.
Fanatic smelled like an old wet dog. It was so bad.
With human BO.
Yeah.
It was horrendous how bad he smelled.
really bad. And then Ben Franklin.
He was a
you remember?
sweaty mess.
He was a big, sweaty, fat man.
And he didn't need the wig.
No.
He had the
He had the
legit,
skullet going.
yeah, he had the legit Ben Franklin hair going.
Yeah.
I guess down there they signed the Constitution. Is that true?
Oh, yeah?
Constitution Hall's
In
right there.
Philly, yeah.
But then people weren't sure that I was with because I was going to start Instagramming.
Oh.
But I didn't.
Well, you know what?
That's
The people on Twitter or Instagram, they'll let you know if you're wrong.
No, yeah, they sure
They'll
will.
very pleasantly let you know if you're in error on anything, whether it's a spelling error, grammar.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Sure, they'll let you know. They're very helpful.
And then I saw this. This is pretty cool. Look how fucking.
Oh, man. Wow, that's cool.
Is it?
Fucking plane flying right over a highway.
I couldn't get my camera phone working, but I got half the plane. This plane landing at Newark Airport. Every once in a while, they change the way they land, the flight pattern, whatever. When it's the wind is coming from a different certain direction, and it goes right across the New Jersey Turnpike. This is rare
pretty wild.
because I go down to Philly a lot. I don't see them coming across the highway usually.
Yeah, it's usually north and south.
I got a picture of a plane. I'm telling you, man, if it's more than 20, I don't think it's more than 20 feet above my fucking car. A huge fucking
cool.
747 right in front of our car. It looks like it's just about touching the light poles.
Yeah, that's a big fucking...
I'll throw it on Instagram.
That's pretty close.
I was praying I would get the whole fucking plane right in front of us, but I couldn't get my.
You got to be
stupid
quick on
phone
the draw.
No, I know.
Quick on the draw for that one.
I know. I'm waiting for an apology from Morimoto. You think we'll get it after the break?
No.
Well, that's the sad part. They don't give a fuck. They do big business, so they don't give a fuck. They don't care.
No, they don't have to cater to the individual diner. They do a quantity business there.
Right.
They just care about their big name. Oh, big fancy name there, Morimoto.
But an empty fucking restaurant. Empty.
Yeah.
I think there was two people kind of sitting down on the side a little bit.
Some people don't know how, like the drum guy here. They don't know how to just bend the rules when it won't affect anything. Won't put anyone out.
Right.
If you just bend the rules a little. That woman looked at her little sheet. She saw 5 p.m. reservations. Where's the opening? 10 fucking whatever it was. And you can't say to herself, well, you know what? All the people never come in all at once at 5. So you sit these guys down.
Do you think they had full reservations for 5 o'clock? That's
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
But probably starting at 6, I would assume a place like that is going to be, pretty packed. But by then we're finishing up because if she would have had a conversation with me, I would have told her, look, just so you know, we have to make this kind of fast. I got to get back to kids.
Yeah.
We weren't going to do a 2-3 hour let's hang out type of dinner that you could do certainly from time to time.
Yeah.
It was going to be a quick, let's get this done. We got to get out of here. But I wasn't allowed that luxury. She wouldn't talk. She just was all business looking at her stupid sheet. And I love saying that, first reservation's 10:30, which is kind of a dick move to say because we're going to come back in 5.5 hours? We're here now.
5.5 hours.
So, you should pretty much say sorry. You should have said sorry, but the first reservation is 10:30. Not a sorry, nothing. First reservation's 10:30. I should have said, all right, we'll wait. Where's your bar? And then just get fucking hammered and be an obnoxious asshole
Where's
for 5 straight hours.
Fucking table, you bitch.
So that was it. Another Philly trip in the books. It was good.
Yeah. How often you go down there? Was it every other weekend about?
We're going back down this weekend for Easter, probably.
Whoa. The Easter thing.
No, we'll go a month or two without going at all, and then we'll pop a few in a row. So
yeah,
it probably averages out to once a month, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Why,
on average, probably.
Why would somebody be able to squeeze him behind me in this studio? I gotta fucking. I'm kind of digging the just kind of laying back thing.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't do that for too long.
Not in this studio.
Well, we're in the talk stage of doing something with the console.
Oh.
We got to add that to the talk stage. We are talking.
We love the talk stage.
Because we always move on to the next thing. Now that we learned that the wall's going to cost $500,000 to remove, I said, well, at the very least, can we redesign this place a little bit, give ourselves a little more room? I brought up the fact this giant fucking soundboard in front of me I don't need. And you said you wanted to have more room over there.
Oh, do I want more room?
But we're in the talk stage. I said this piece of furniture is just way too big for us. We don't need all this.
They love a good big console here at SiriusXM, don't they? They love a big console with a lot of shit on it.
Right. And then they get the worst color possible because this color is not selling, excuse me, so they got a good fucking bargain on it.
No, this is not in anyone's kitchen.
Oh, this is the worst.
What is it, coriander?
I've tried to describe this color. It's the worst orange, red combo you could think of.
It looks like it was supposed to be something else and someone fucked the color up.
It's extremely ugly.
Yeah.
Exceptionally so.
What color is it, Sam? Do you even know? I don't know what this color is.
It's like a weird sort of. There's like a tinge of rust to it.
Yes,
rust, orange, red.
Rust,
yeah, it's like a
orange, red, crimson. No, not crimson.
I see sort of orange in there.
I would call it a brick speckled rust.
Ah, yes, it is the color of brick.
Is that what
And then
it
there's
is?
white speckles in it.
And then black
I don't want
speckles.
things that are speckled.
The white and the black speckles living in harmony.
Yeah.
On our console.
On our console.
So
it looks
Why
old.
don't we? It does look old.
Like I don't think at any point did it look new. It's an old looking. Oh boy.
He's lifting the board up.
Yeah, look how easy it is to move.
Oh boy.
Just move this thing.
Well, you know what? I mean, it's good that you're in the talk stages because you know what talking very often leads to.
Nothing.
That's exactly right. Absolutely.
But at least it keeps us calm for a while.
Nothing.
And then we realize we're on to them, and then we move on to the next talking point.
Right. Well, that's not going to
place-
get done. What's the next talking point?
That's how this place runs.
I demand Sal play drums today.
Yeah.
So tell the radio wizard that we're having drums in here today, just so that one guy upstairs has to either go get the drums or set them up.
No problem. I mean, you demand it; it's going to happen.
Well, tell him that it's a storyline that is just hanging there from Friday. We got to have an ending to that.
Got to tie up that ribbon.
That's right.
We also have clips, if you want, later on of Denny doing the worst of the week countdown.
Was it
this
good?
weekend.
I heard it was great.
He killed it.
He did kill it.
Mm-hmm. He finally added some professionalism to some of the shows on this channel.
Oh yeah.
All right, yeah. I want to hear some clips after the break.
Yeah, we got some of those.
All right, we'll do that. We had some gun talk, I guess. We
there's a little
we
bit
haven't
of
really done gun talk on our show before, so we'll
sure.
we'll kind of
Little gun talk.
get through this. And Jim Carrey's got an anti-gun song.
He certainly does.
It's social satire, so he made sure it maintained hilarity that we have come to expect from Jim Carrey.
I'm so tired of Canadians trying to weasel their way into our Second Amendment conversation.
Yeah.
Just stay out of it, Canadian. You don't know. You don't know how I feel.
And a shout out, I did it on Twitter, but it's worth doing here. I found another great podcast.
Oh.
I never realized that, I always wondered where our next competition would come from. I didn't realize it was going to come from our friends.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Our friends are now competing with us.
Damn.
How did that happen?
No, I bet I know who it is.
Oh, no, that was a general statement, to be honest with you. It's a podcast you already know about. Jay Mohr is very, very good.
Jay Mohr.
Yeah, he's extremely focused when he does his podcast, which is really strange to me because we get a very different version of him in here.
So, yeah, then he
But
just
man, when
lives-
he does his podcast, he is fucking focused. He's got questions,
On point.
direction. It's
Wow.
amazing. I feel like I'm listening to a completely different guy.
Because he comes here and, I don't know.
He throws all the rules out the window, doesn't he?
I love when we start talking. Here's what happens when Jay's here. He'll sit down in a chair, he'll pull a mic up. We're talking about something, and I see Jay like reading something or just looking around the room going, uh-oh.
Here we go.
He's not listening to what we're saying, which means at any minute he's just going to interject a non sequitur, which will completely derail what we're talking about.
But then we play a game where we chase him the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Because they were like, all right, we were going to do this, but you're doing that, so we'll do that with you.
We'll go with it.
So then what I mean by chasing is now we're on point with him, we're on board with him, and then he moves on to the next thing.
Oh, then he's gone.
So now, like, all right, we'll chase you over here now. Maybe we'll stop here for a little while. But on his podcast, holy fuck, there's listening, there's fucking thought, questions, show prep.
Amazing.
But he did a podcast with a guy I fucking love, Phil Hendry, man. Phil Hendry is the real deal.
Hey, Hendry.
And those two finally got together and did a podcast together.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Jay Mohr is Fake Mustache Studios on fucking somewhere. I don't know. I don't know how to find this podcast. I just put them in search engines and they pop up.
Yeah.
But Phil Hendry, holy fuck, man.
Yeah, good.
He's the guy that does everything.
Yeah, he does
and no one knew
with himself.
no one knew for the longest time. He would have an expert on that would get everyone riled up out there, but he would be interviewing the expert, which would be himself from some fake organization.
Yeah.
And then he would take phone calls, and sometimes he was the callers as well. So he was the interviewer, the interviewee, and the phone calls coming in.
Quite clever.
And I don't know how it got out that this was going down, because for the longest time I don't think a lot of people really knew.
Yeah.
And he said on Jay's podcast, I think he does close to 50, at least 30 plus characters, unique characters for his radio show and now podcast. So Phil Hendry, he's a talent, man, and he's one of those guys that he always thought out of the box as well. Like ourselves.
Does Jay Mohr have 4 podcasts by himself?
Is he one of those guys?
Is it Jay Mohr Saturday Night Live Talk, Jay Mohr The Early Years?
He just, in a weird, I don't know if he's not thinking, he doesn't understand the future. He just does the one podcast.
Wow.
Yeah.
People that are in the know you got to do like at least 4.
Right.
Yeah,
about different subjects.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Why do a segment in one podcast when you could do 4 totally independent podcasts?
I'm a podcast fan, but I only need an hour.
Oh boy,
tops hour and a half, maybe.
Do it.
And these guys that do more than one podcast, you can't keep up with that.
Well, the trick to podcasting is limiting what you can talk about because you have separated it so many
to very
times.
niche things like let's just say The Simpsons.
Right.
Yeah.
Or your friends you grew up with.
Right.
E-Rock. Are you past the whole 4 to 5 podcast thing?
Comment.
Yes.
Just do one good solid podcast. But this week I got my pals that I grew up with. Next week, you know what? We're going to do a little Simpsons thing.
Oh, boy. Now you're talking fucking 2 different shows.
Yeah. But Hendry's been fired a lot because, he's another guy that management never really understood and wanted to control and all that shit. And he was tough to sell as well. Some of the stuff they were talking about on this podcast, I was like, wow, we could kind of relate to some of this stuff. We should get Phil Hendry on our show just to talk radio shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool, man.
All right. We'll do some other shit, some gun talk, I guess. Michael Moore has something to say. Bloomberg has something to say. Jim
Michael
Carrey
Moore's
has
an
a
idiot.
song.
Bloomberg's an idiot. Fucking.
We all should have rocket launchers, right, Ant?
Oh, yeah, everyone's got rocket launchers, of course.
That's what we should have in the end?
Why wouldn't you? Nukes.
Nukes on...
Would that mean you should be able to have, the musket? Shut up.
The only thing I'll add to that is, when they bring up the forefathers, I'll say it again. If you asked the forefathers where we're at today, it would have been split right down the fucking middle.
Probably.
Stop with what the forefathers were thinking.
They would never have worked together.
They would have never worked together. The forefathers, if you fucking dug them up and put them in chairs somewhere, first of all, that would be creepy as hell.
Very.
But you would pretty much get half of them saying, yeah, you know what? It's not a good idea anymore. And the other half is, well, no, this is what we wanted.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be in agreement.
That's where we are.
At all.
No.
Of course not. E-Rock, please play something. I'm just babbling.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show.
going on? A lot of Van Halen news. Is there Van Halen news?
On top of the world, oh yeah. I can do karaoke. I know I can.
Yeah, what? Definitely.
What a beautiful girl, oh yeah.
I like that Iggy's place in the city here.
That's a good joint.
East side, yeah.
Good joint, man.
Crazy karaoke down there. Place packs out. Just mad people singing fucking karaoke.
Yeah. I think we got to go Van Halen Day today.
What, again?
We have to. Did we do Van Halen Day officially? Van Halen 2.
Yeah.
34 years ago today.
Damn.
David Lee Roth was in here recently, just causing all sorts of havoc
with his fucking
with his fan base.
Yes.
And with his band mates.
His predictions of tours that apparently weren't going to happen.
How great is this? The drums are coming back into the studio. Mars, you have anything to add? You were the one that got the drums on Friday, right?
Yes, I did.
And what was the problem?
No problems with me. Nothing.
So you didn't hear anything either after the fact, right?
Not a thing.
Is there a buzz about us playing drums in the elevator today?
Yes, there is. But if there was a problem, I would have been notified already because I'm the one that accessed the drums, and no one's addressed me.
Yeah.
Right.
See? Fine.
No big deal.
Yeah, good.
I wouldn't sweat it.
Well, then why was that guy making it a big deal upstairs? And who is he? Is he one of your bosses?
No, he's not. But he is
I was like, nah.
He's a what?
He's a director.
What's that mean?
You ain't the boss of me.
Yeah, what does that mean?
He makes over $100,000, I think.
What is he?
Well, good for him.
What's a director? Director of what?
I don't know. That's interesting.
You know what
Director of the
is?
drums.
Steven Spielberg is director.
Yeah, there you
He
go.
ain't shit.
Right.
Fuck him.
A director. The fuck. But we got the drums being set up, so.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
So did that guy have to give the okay to give us the drums again?
No. I could use anything that's in the closet. I think his issue was taking them in the elevator.
No, he thought we were taking him outside in 20-degree weather.
Whatever. He does.
Yeah. Could you answer this question?
Oh.
On what planet, Mars, is it a good idea to play drums in the elevator?
I bet.
I want a real answer. What planet?
Mars.
Planet Mars.
Planet Mars.
He gave you the answer.
It's great.
Fun planet.
Fun planet.
Fun planet is Mars.
By the way, we finally have Moses Gates coming in today.
Yeah.
Moses NYC on the Twitter. He's got the book Hidden Cities. Roland set me up with him, I don't know, around Christmas. A lot of people are wondering when I filmed those Chrysler Building videos. Well, a few people are wondering at this point. It's been 3 months. Relax. Jeez. Nothing to see here. Relax.
Move along.
But Roland set me up with the guy going, hey, man, if he's coming in to promote his book, Hidden Cities, he's willing to show you a few things. And, man, did Moses Gates show me a few things. So he's finally coming in today to talk about his book, talk about the culture of the whole thing, because it's a whole underground culture out there. These guys kind of share info with each other in other cities. And
yes.
And there's a give and take, and then and then they go and do their thing.
They go and get their own fucking little view of the underground, overground,
right?
Fucking old buildings.
So that'll be around 9 o'clock. Finally, looking forward to that.
Cha.
We have Denny's voice tracks from this weekend's Worst of the Week countdown. Yeah.
Was he a professional?
He was beyond professional.
Wow.
I was blown away.
Can we start using them for other things?
Absolutely. He's more than willing to be a part of this channel.
So he hosted the Worst of the Week countdown.
Yeah.
And you got some
board in hand.
I have the disc.
Should be there right next to you.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Ooh, there it is.
What did they do? Just give you all the tracks?
Yeah, there's 80 tracks here.
They should have really cut that down.
Here's your host. What's his name? Face.
Hey there, this is Denny. My real name, Dennis Falcone, one of the new stars to the Opie and Anthony show. Got to thank those guys so much for letting me be a part of all the festivities.
Oh.
Now, this is your Worst of the Week countdown. It's the best clips of the past week. We give them to you one more time so you can enjoy them. And this week, you'll hear some great clips, like James Lipton when he passed by. Funny man, Ben Hoffman. Oh.
He doesn't have enough hair.
No, what is
His
that?
voice is weak.
Yeah, it's a little...
Now I understand why he walks around with a clipboard.
You know what? He wants to be the boss jock.
Right.
He just doesn't have. He knows how to do it and everything, but he just doesn't have the pipes for it.
He has underdeveloped vocal cords.
You don't think it's the compression in the studio? You think it's just...
Yeah, he needs human growth hormones.
Doesn't have boss jock voice.
No, let's get him on human growth hormones.
It did wonders for my voice. Now I have that patented boss jock voice.
Of course. Oh, boy.
Opie getting wacky in the elevator. And I guess we'll have a few cuts of me, Dennis Falcone. But first, Opie picked up on the fact that Harvey Levin has a pretty useless Twitter. What did they do? Well, you know what Opie and Anthony do best. They said it was lousy in their own certain way. Check it out now on the countdown.
This is awful.
He does it better on the fly when he's just here live in the studio.
Like he's gasping. He's gasping for air.
He is.
He needs air.
He needs music under him. He can't just sit there and talk.
Yeah.
So why don't we get some oldies that he can talk under?
And just talk under it?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. And then, get some oldies with some good ramp time and then cut it off when it's time to play our bit.
Ramp time.
The worst of the week countdown. Countdown.
Hey, this is Denny, also known as Dennis Falcone, your brand new radio pal here on the Opie and Anthony show. But unfortunately, not everyone has as much radio experience as me. Now take our poor pal Sal. Sal was in the studio and the guys just ripped him apart. Let's listen in.
I love it. Come on. It sounding a little thin.
A little bit.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Hey, welcome back to the Worst of the Week Countdown. My name is Dennis Falcone, the old school radio guy here on the O&A show. We've got a bunch of great clips. I hope you are enjoying them. And please make sure you bring over your friends. Still to come, Funny Man Ben Hoffman, James Lipton. But first, O&A have been around. We've both gotten fired. Yeah, more than once. But unfortunately, those guys don't know everything like I do. So let me get you inside the studio here. Let me highlight this, because it's always good to keep a highlighter around. I brought a couple of things into the studio to show the boys on exactly what we used to do in radio to make things right.
He does have, his voice is a little thin.
It's a little thin.
He's always got tips, though. He's always got
a little weak.
Little tips for everyone.
Voice a little weak.
Yeah, it's a little high. It's a little weak. It's a little breathy.
Struggling for oxygen.
Struggling for the air.
Just needs fresh air.
Oh, wow.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Hey, welcome back to the Worst of the Week Countdown here on the Opie and Anthony channel. This is Dennis Falcone, your old school radio buddy, just setting you straight exactly what we should do to be a professional broadcaster. Like, let's introduce this next clip. Funny Man Ben Hoffman called in to talk about his brand new show, The Ben Show. Gee, I would have liked to have been in that creative meeting. Must have taken him a day and a half to come up with that name. Anyway, it's on Comedy Central. Let's check it out.
What the fuck?
I saw I was reading my Twitter. They were enjoying Denny.
Oh, yeah.
He's a star.
Yes.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Hey, this is Dennis Falcone, your old school radio pal, back here on the Worst of the Week Countdown. Still to come, Opie's wacky elevator stuff. Opie's wacky elevator stuff. So nice we say it twice. Also, Jim Norton's got some great ideas for some reality shows. Let's take a listen, shall we?
Shall we?
Shall we?
Shall we?
You're saying maybe his voice is not cut out for doing more than like 11 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when you
that's
try
when
to,
he starts running out of air.
It's like when you try to do an accent. It's good, and then you kind of lose it.
Right.
That's what he's doing. He's good, and then.
Oh, drums are almost set up.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Hey, this is the Worst of the Week Countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel. Welcome back. My name is Dennis Falcone, your old school radio broadcaster. And I hope you are enjoying yourself. And I say you because radio is a personal medium, and we speak one-on-one. So if you're enjoying this, call up another buddy and let's get together and enjoy more of the countdown. And speaking of professional broadcasters, boy, he has talked to them all. He's interviewed them all. It's James Lipton in studio with the boys.
With the boys. People are suggesting we slow down the tape a little bit, slow down the speed.
Get him a little.
Get him a little deeper.
A little bit. I think we got one more, and then we'll move on.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Hey, welcome back to the Worst of the Week Countdown. This is Dennis Falcone on the Opie and Anthony channel. We've had a blast playing all these great clips from the past week. Now we're going all the way to the top. up to number 1. And if you're having a private party, it's DennisFalcone.com. And now back to the countdown. Well, Opie took some interesting takes into the elevator. And you know what? We can find out all about those takes, as you and I did when we listened to Sam's After Show.
What?
Have yourself a great one. Enjoy the weekend. Don't forget, Monday morning, 6 o'clock Eastern Time, it's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Well, interesting. What?
Takes?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh.
I
don't know.
Whatever Dennis says, I assume is correct.
Yeah, because he's
For him.
the professional.
Yeah.
Certainly is.
All right, we got the drum set being set up, so finally you guys get to hear Sal play the drums.
Is he going to play to a track?
I don't know. How does this work usually?
Well, he probably gets some headphones put on, right?
Yeah.
And then play a track, right? And we get to listen to you play along with a song. Because when you just hear a drummer going off on the kit, it's like, right, we get it.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up.
Once we're done with the drums, we should just leave them right outside the studio and let that dude
Oh,
clean 'em
man.
up.
We should put him in the trash.
Yeah.
Just say we're done.
We're wild.
Finished with these.
Come get your drums. Hey, as the guy set up in the corner, what's going on with Amazing Race, and why did they have to apologize?
They said white.
They said what? Oh, Jesus. Sorry. I guess they were using a Hanoi memorial?
Yeah.
With downed U.S. plane?
Yeah, it's like a big fountain-y thing.
But they weren't like pulling their dicks out and like fucking exploiting it, were they?
Nah, but
so what's the problem?
Well, the thing is, it's we have a good relationship now with Vietnam in a way. You know, we have tourism and shit like that and trade. But the truth of the matter is, we pretty much lost that war, and they are proud of the fact that they won.
Right.
You know, and the North won. So there are certain memorials there that aren't quite good for us. You know,
Gotcha.
one of them is a piece of a B-52 that was shot down that's sitting in the middle of this little pond memorial. And they used it as a backdrop to one of their segments. And I think a lot of vets are like, you know, it's kind of not what we kind of want to see.
But it was more just a backdrop to say, hey, we're in Vietnam?
Yeah, it was a backdrop. I could see how people would be upset by that. I mean,
right.
You know, you don't have to rub it in their faces. It's men died in that plane.
Sure. I was just wondering if they were rubbing it in anyone's faces.
No, I think they were just being stupid and not realizing that they probably shouldn't do that.
Right.
It was like a checkpoint. Like,
right.
we got to run to the market. Now we got to run to the B-52 memorial.
Oh, okay. See? They used it as a part of the show. Well, that's
like
pretty bad then.
Trivializing it a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So what, CBS is apologizing?
Yeah, they apologized.
They say Amazing Race is an amazing show.
I can't get into it.
Really?
Nope.
A lot
Everybody
of people
loves it.
love it. They say it's the best reality show by far.
Who watches it?
There's no way I'm watching a reality show on Sunday that's not Celebrity Apprentice.
How's Celebrity Apprentice?
Fucking awesome, like every season. I love that show.
You're
I
all
really
in.
like that one.
I love
Who got
Celebrity
kicked off?
Apprentice. The black model chick, Claudia something. I think her name's Claudia. I don't know. She's one of those chicks that you don't know, but she's very hot, but you don't know where she's from.
So they had her on the show for a couple weeks because she was hot, and then it's like, all right, we got to get rid of her.
Yeah.
Well, all these chicks, they're coming on, and they're like, they're afraid to bring Omarosa into the boardroom.
Ooh, boy, are you getting fucking hammered for spoiler right now.
And we had her in here.
Happened last night. Sorry.
We had her in here. She
have
could have been
DVR.
nicer.
Omarosa? Yeah. She was really...
She didn't seem like the Omarosa you see on TV, that's for sure.
Yeah, she's not nice.
We
on
weren't
the
scared
show.
of her. She was sitting right there.
That's
right
true.
in the corner.
That's right.
She could have piped up anytime she wanted. She didn't.
Yes, she was.
She was well behaved.
Yeah. Piers Morgan hates her on the show.
Why?
A rivalry from stemming back from their season.
Piers?
Yeah.
He's a fucking dick anyway. Fucking limey. Take a hike. Go back to your own country where you're hated for whatever the fuck you were doing with the press over there.
Wow.
Allegations up the ass, huh? You
Team
fucking
Omarosa.
piece of shit.
So you got a song to play.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing a Rush song maybe.
Of course.
Rush.
Is there any other band when it comes to drumming
It does
that
show.
you guys can figure out?
It does show if you could play.
But it's always Rush.
Yeah.
If you guys want to pick a different one, we could do someone other than Rush.
What Rush song?
I think I do. Like, I don't want to do a deep track. Do like Spirit of Radio.
Of course you would do that one.
Spirit Radio's a good song. I like that
What
one.
about YYZ?
We could do YYZ's great too. I'd love to do
Oh,
YYZ.
boy.
You don't know how to do YYZ.
I know how to do almost their whole catalog.
Celebrate his entire catalog.
You want to hear this, Ed?
I certainly do.
Which one you want to do? YYZ?
I guess we could start
Yeah,
there,
start
right?
out with a little YYZ. If we cut you off, we'll cut you off.
Yeah,
you
we
know,
don't have to play the whole
the
thing.
whole tune. I just want
Oh,
to
we
hear
don't have to play the whole thing? Thanks, Sal. I really appreciate that. I was scared that we would have to sit through that.
You're getting nervous, huh?
I was getting a little nervous.
Yeah.
How long you been playing?
13 years.
13 years. So you got to be pretty good. 13 years.
Yeah.
I would think.
Especially based on he's a young guy, so that means he started when he was a kid. And
Yeah, and also something pesky like work didn't have to get in the way. He could have practiced a lot because he didn't have to work because his parents just fucking
Sure.
bought him
Right.
the drum kit and gave him money.
no, but you remember from Friday, he saw people do hard jumps.
That's true. He did.
But I got another bite of weed.
Oh,
A lot of controversy over Sandusky being interviewed by NBC Today Show, is it?
Oh, yeah?
And, people look at us and we're scumbags, we're this, we're that, but they're going for ratings and it's another freak show situation.
Of course. What is he going to say at this point?
And there's people that are kind of pissed off that anyone's interviewing Sandusky because
They should just let him rot.
They all know it's for ratings. NBC is hurting bad. Matt Lauer's on his way out, I think.
You know
what I'm
what?
saying.
Also, do people insist on giving these prisoners like an exciting day?
Right.
Like every day should be boring, mundane, you're in fucking prison kind of shit. You shouldn't be giving this guy the opportunity to speak, first of all, to be heard by a lot of people, and to bust up his normally mundane fucking week with something exciting like a television interview. Fuck him.
Of course, fuck them. But I would love to know what they are saying about why they're interviewing him. Be honest. Holy fuck, this is great for ratings. It's a freak show.
That's what it is. Yep.
When does that go down? Because obviously I would want to watch that. I'm not going to sit here and make believe. I'm not going to sit here and make believe. But the fact is that they're going to try to spin it like, no, man, this is kind of important, and we're trying to get something done here. No, you're not. You want everyone to tune in because this guy's a fucking monster.
Yeah.
And they're going to be cordial toward the guy, too. They're going to keep it on a professional level, which will drive a lot of people nuts, too.
You're supposed to beat him with the camera.
Today?
Today, yeah.
What show?
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, I know it's going to air today, but on what show, Sam?
Hey! They're saying...
That old gag.
That old, literally old gag. Yes.
The lawyers.
Fuck, how did they get away with that one? Who's on first? Oh,
right.
God, enough.
The Sandusky lawyer says it's not technically a Today Show. Like, the Today Show didn't conduct the interview.
Right.
Yeah.
It's excerpts from a documentary.
Excerpts?
Excerpts.
Oh, yeah, there's a filmmaker involved, and the filmmaker's defending his interview with Sandusky.
And so they're
How's he
airing-
defending his interview with Sandusky?
I don't know.
No, because there's a spin in there. What's the spin that he's trying to have people believe?
I don't know.
It's a freak show. Just say it is. That's all.
course it is.
Splash is a freak show. Sandusky on the Today Show is another freak show.
We are actually going to put a camera and a microphone in front of a guy that fucked a kid up the ass in the shower. Come on, everybody. You're going to want to see this. They heard it going thwack, thwack, thwack. Please.
And that's how the Today Show's getting away with this, by the way, because a few people defending NBC saying it's a third party doing the interview. Yeah, this filmmaker. But it's still
party
on
in that shower.
the Today.
Oh, you almost burnt your dick off with your
Damn,
coffee.
I almost could have sued fucking Starbucks for millions.
Hot coffee.
And I think the defense, the spin that you're looking for is the documentary is technically made to defend Paterno.
Oh, really?
Oh,
So
really?
that's what the use of the interview is. But obviously it's just because people will watch the kid touch or talk.
Paterno didn't do shit.
Look at him talk.
Point.
Oh.
He talks. Do they talk to him about his life in prison?
I don't know.
I mean, if it's about trying to clear Paterno's name or something, and they talk to this fucking monster, do they ask him questions like, hey, have you been raped in prison yet? Like you did to those kids?
Right.
Did you That should be the question that's asked.
Of course.
So, a lot of people are wondering, have you, in the shower, gotten a man's dick up your ass, like you did to the kids? Comment?
Would he enjoy that, though?
Based on his past performance, I probably not. I don't think he was a bottom in those relationships.
But we protect the high-profile prisoner, so no one's going to get to him anytime soon.
He interviewed him 3 times, this filmmaker, for a total of 3.5 hours.
So why don't we interview him?
Gave him a fucking...
Who's that guy?
Little bit of life.
Why can't we interview the guy?
He's releasing a very small portion of the interview via audio clips, which are going to be aired first on the Today Show.
All right, well, get those clips.
I don't know. I just put it up so we could see it.
Oh.
I changed the channel.
Is it tomorrow?
No, it'll be today.
Ah, what show is that?
Today.
Somebody just wrote, I just watched the interview on the Today Show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so maybe
Did we just fuck that
Did
one
we
up?
miss it?
Maybe we just missed it.
Oh, damn.
We're playing dumb Denny clips when we could have been playing a Sandusky thing.
Maybe it was when we were setting up the big drum solo that's about to go
Did
down.
we really just miss it?
Oops.
Whoopsie.
Maybe they'll replay it. We'll get it second time around.
The cluelessness of us, though. Everyone's calling saying idiots. They just played it.
We'll tell all those idiots that they should be listening to our show instead of watching.
But see, what
Today.
they did was they're fans of our show, but they knew the Today Show thing was a big deal, so they went over there, watched that, and now they're back.
Because they were like,
that's what happens.
They were sitting there going, apparently these guys aren't going to cover the Sandusky thing. They're talking about Denny.
I know. We should have set it up, and then we would have said, don't worry, we'll just fucking pop the Today Show on when it happens.
And someone would have been, hey, it's on.
Right.
And, oh.
All right, Sal, you ready for, what are you doing, YYZ?
Yeah, let's do YYZ.
And then what, Spirit of Radio?
Yeah, whatever you
And then, what, Tom Sawyer?
Tom Sawyer.
And then Roll the Bones.
We could do Roll the Bones.
And then maybe go deep track, maybe a little trees. And then what?
It'd be great if you fucked with everybody's head and just did the same thing you did on Friday, except ended the show now at like 7:45.
You know what?
God, that's not a bad idea.
Good idea.
They would understand down the hall.
Sam's got a good idea
just
there.
Keeping the bit going, man.
It's all for jokes. That's the joke.
That's the joke. That's why we're here.
Good idea.
I also want to talk about trash to treasure in a little while.
Trash to treasure.
That stupid bowl. You saw that stupid bowl?
Oh, I did see the stupid bowl.
That's everyone's dream.
Well, unless you go to Pawn Stars. Well, it's not really a demand for a bowl. You know, what are you going to do? Eat cereal out of it? You can't even use it.
Right.
I'll give you $200 for it.
Imagine.
All right. I'm pretty happy with what I got.
And then they're in the back room coming in it because they know what they got now.
Coming in it. Yeah, they're all circle jerking
They're
in the
like,
bowl.
holy fuck, the guy believed us. Would you trust anyone in a pawn shop?
No.
Of course not.
It's so... I mean, they're in Vegas, so obviously they know they could prey on people that just want to bet. So they come in with these things, and they're not going to honestly tell you what something's worth. Oh, let me have my expert come in. And they're fucking all asshole buddies of the guys in the pawn shop. Of course. They probably get a kickback.
Mm-hmm. This guy saw the interview on the Today Show.
What?
First-hand account.
Dave, what happened, man? Because we didn't see it. Holy fuck. Dave.
Dave from Jersey?
Jersey. Guy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
What's your name?
Dave.
All right.
All right, that's you. All right, so far so good.
Where are you from?
I saw the Today interview right before I got in the car to come to work and turn you guys on, so I wasn't missing your show. I was on my way to work.
What time was it on?
Oh, it was on like 7:30.
Was that yesterday?
No, today, this morning. Funny.
Yeah, is this?
Is it?
No, I know. It is, but not how.
Exactly.
Now it's going too deep. Dave, go ahead. So what do they do?
This guy was just trying to defend Joe Paterno. That's all his intent was. And the interview, it wasn't a video of Sandusky. It was just an audio recording.
Dave, we said most of this, so what could you add?
It was
the whole thing. This guy, Joe Paterno's family, did not want this stuff to go through at all. They said that. They wrote a letter to the Today Show.
Dave, what did Sandusky say?
Sandusky basically didn't admit to anything in this. He said that
I got it here if you want it.
Kid in that locker room,
Great.
Something happened.
Great.
He said that.
Great.
Oh, Dave, yeah. You hold on for
all right, we got
lifetime.
Go ahead.
From the very beginning, and I know that I'm going to get attacked from everybody because no one wants the truth.
When you say this has been a rush to judgment from the very beginning, after over a year of examining this case, after your conversations with Jerry Sandusky in person and by phone, do you believe he was wrongly convicted?
Well, Jerry Sandusky already had his day in court.
But do you believe he was
longer
wrongly
than a day?
Well, I've written extensively about this at our website, but I wanted to say that my focus here has been on Joe Paterno.
I understand, but it helps me with perspective here in the interview.
Well, no, Jerry Sandusky had his day in court. Joe Paterno never did. I'm trying to get Joe Paterno effectively his day in court.
But do you believe Jerry Sandusky is a pedophile and he's guilty of the things he was accused of?
I have no doubt that Jerry Sandusky was guilty of many of the things, if not all the things that he was accused of. But I do believe that there were due process problems with the trial.
All right, so your main problem with some of the evidence brought against Jerry Sandusky has to do with victim number 2. This is the guy, for our viewers, so they remember here. This is the guy that Mike McQueary testified that he saw in a shower with Jerry Sandusky. The question of what happened in that shower came up in the courtroom. Do you think Mike McQueary testified truthfully in the trial about the incident with victim number 2 and Jerry Sandusky?
Well, it depends on which version of Mike McQueary's testimony you believe. I don't know that Mike McQueary is lying, by the way. I think a large part of what's happened here is over 10 years your memory changes, and then when a prosecution is desperate for a witness, they might twist your arm a little bit. And I think it's important to keep in mind we didn't have as much information about Jerry Sandusky in 2001 as we do now. And I think as far as victim 2 is concerned, that's really the big news out of my interview. I now know who victim 2 is. I know his identity, and I know incredibly important things about him.
And let me just interrupt you. We've made the agreement here because of NBC standards that we are not going to identify victim number 2.
Why? Because your journalistic standards? NBC, shut up.
2011 that shed an entirely new light on that McQueary episode. He very publicly, and I have the documentation to prove this, in his own name, said that the accusers of Jerry Sandusky are not to be believed, and that Jerry Sandusky was the greatest thing that ever happened to him. He gave a police interview in September of that year saying Jerry Sandusky never molested me, and the investigators tried to get him to lie. And then on the day Joe Paterno was fired, I have it in my hands. This is an interview he gave to an FBI trained investigator, a former police officer, saying that nothing happened in the shower that night, that McQueary is lying, and that the investigators tried to get him to lie. Now, that doesn't mean...
Well, let's remember something. The victim number 2 never...
Yeah, that's... Because Paterno was trying to protect his legacy and the school's legacy. Just because he said it doesn't mean it's true.
It was in his best interest to kind of, say, hey, none of that happened.
I do agree with the guy that Paterno never really got his day in court. But you could see where he would say something like that.
Sure.
Just because he said it to an FBI agent doesn't mean it's true.
No.
He would have motives, obviously, to say something like that. How long is this thing?
I don't know.
Maybe we could cut it up.
Doesn't end?
Yeah.
It's never ending.
Do you want me? I can listen to it in preview, and then I'll just find the exact interview clips.
Yeah, just give us the goodness, will you? It's Monday, man. Who wants to fucking...
Yeah, we just want goodness.
Just give us the goodness.
We can't be toiling over a fucking never-ending clip. You don't even know how long it is.
No clue.
I could go till 10.
I got a cheesesteak shit I got to get to
Oh,
soon.
man. I got to take a piss, too.
Oh, fuck, man.
A cheesesteak, a Philly cheesesteak shit.
I eat really well, but when I go down to Philly, man, they don't know how to eat well down there.
Holy shit.
They don't even know what a vegetable is. And I get sucked in, but man, I love a good cheesesteak. But look how I'm sitting.
Oh, you're fucking side saddle.
I'm siding.
You're doing a side saddle. Because, what, are you turtling?
You got these red peppery things you put on it. You got the fucking cheese. You got the pickles.
That's their vegetables, peppers and onions.
I've gone out of Philly, off and on 8 years now. I've never seen a vegetable. Not just in the house I go to, anywhere. They don't have them. They just don't have vegetables down there.
Cheese is brutal.
Huh?
Cheese is really brutal.
It rules.
It's fucking so good, but it's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
The other day I decided to take I had some fresh, thinly sliced roast beef. Ooh. And I took that on Ritz cracker with a little cheddar cheese on top of it. I like my dinner was hors d'oeuvres.
Nice.
And I'm shoving them in my fucking mouth. It was great. And then it's like... Old squeaky hinge tummy
And now I got a kid that's ratting me out with the farts.
Oh, really?
I was able to get away with that.
Knows,
I blame it on the baby. Who cares? But now he's talking back saying it wasn't him. Son of a bitch.
Shit.
Little rat.
He's a little
Mars
rat.
knows. Sometimes, something squeaks out that you didn't mean to have squeak out, but you have a baby around, you can blame the baby.
And the kid goes, no, it wasn't me.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying now.
Yes, a fucking 6-month-old with fucking cheesesteak farts. Wait a minute. Something suspicious there.
You know what I also had for the first time, I swear, in years? At Budokan, who treated us like fucking rock stars down there in Philly. Not so much Morimoto's.
Yeah.
Something like that. Morimoto treated us like shit. I'm still waiting for my apology. Spare ribs.
Oh, spare ribs.
Holy shit.
Were they greasy?
They were what you're thinking.
Uh-huh.
And that's why I don't eat them every fucking day. Oh, yeah.
There's fucking whale songs in your belly. You're sitting there fucking communicating with whales from your fucking cheese and oil belly.
Mm-hmm. And I mixed that with some tuna sushi pizza.
Oh. Wow.
You would like that. I know you're not a sushi guy, but if I put a nice tuna sushi pizza in front of you, you would really like it.
That Mr. Hughes, very nice man. He live on Park Avenue.
Would you try tuna sushi pizza? Could it be
tuna sushi pizza? No.
Could it be part of our Friday initiative?
Nah, I don't think so.
Could we start our Friday initiative show?
I don't know.
We're starting to build Friday shows again. I want to start with tuna sushi pizza. Write it down.
I don't think I'd play with that.
And where are you getting it from?
Well, that's going to be up to Roland. I don't know if it's even possible. I think I can find a joint.
Roland would know. Roland knows everything about food.
You can bring it in the day before, let it sit around the office.
Oh, under some hot light.
Right.
Yeah. Talk about
spare ribs, though. My God.
Yeah.
I don't eat spare ribs for that reason. The grease, the fat.
I know. You know what it is? And well, you know what? One fucking spare rib would be fine. You get to taste it. It's not really doing a lot of damage. It's just one. But you can't fucking eat one of delicious things.
No.
You just got to be like, all right, I tasted it.
Yep.
Now I have to eat the whole fucking thing.
Yep.
Because it's delicious.
You got it.
Yeah. It's terrible.
All right. So where are we? You're going to look at the Sandusky thing?
I have a clip if you want.
Oh,
you already found some goodness?
Yeah, I have his
actually
audio.
talking?
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to this.
Oh. Well, this is exciting.
Multitasking.
Jerry Sandusky talking about what did or didn't happen in the shower with the victim number 2. Let's play it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how anybody would have walked into that locker room. Where he was and heard sounds associated that with sex going on. Like he said, that could have been. I mean, there would have been. That would have been the last thing I would have thought about. I would have thought maybe fooling around or something like that, but
Here's a statement from the attorneys for victim number 2.
I didn't understand that.
He was talking about the guy who said, I heard sounds of... And
sex.
Jerry Sandusky says, I don't see how he could have thought that he heard sounds of sex. I would have never thought of that. But then he goes, maybe some fooling around or
Maybe
something.
sounds that was sounds of fooling around in the shower, not sex.
Wasn't that skin slapping, basically? Is what
Exactly.
you described?
I get fooling around with little boys in the shower is like something we joke about.
Yeah, that's because that's much better than fucking him in the ass.
Because I mean,
that shark video is ridiculous. I know I'm all over the place today, but
Yeah.
I thought they fucking had that figured out where you could go in the cage and check out sharks real close.
Cage goes in the water. Shark in the water.
You see how big that great white was too?
It's fucking great.
It went right
Yes.
into the fucking shark cage.
Those things swim shallow. It's frightening.
Don't know what that bastard shark will do with it. Might eat it, I suppose. Someone need a rocking chair once. Like his little story. Yeah, someone need a rocking chair once.
I saw a shark diving once.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're very skittish and they swim away immediately.
Unless they eat
All
you.
fish are skittish and,
You know what?
and swim away from you almost immediately.
99.9% of sharks will probably swim away from you.
Right.
Oh, boy, that point one.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, do they make a mess.
That's a motherfucker, right?
That's the bitch.
Yeah, point one comes and shoves his great white face into a cage.
Yeah, he's really
so hungry.
What shark is the number one as far as biting humans? Get a little knowledge out there today.
I will say the tiger shark.
Goddamn Kumia.
No.
Give yourself a mother-hugging bell.
It was?
Yes, it is.
Tiger shark.
Tiger shark bites more humans than any other shark.
LOL, Anthony's an idiot. All right.
Why?
LOL. I bounced you out of the room.
For saying tiger shark?
I don't know. LOL, though.
What if he was just joking?
For saying tiger shark?
No, I don't know what. It seems like I was an idiot before that. But you know what?
How are you an idiot? I didn't hear anything in there.
Hey, it's like Russian roulette in this Pal Talk room. If I happen to look down at the text and see something I don't like, I can't put it in context. I just got to fucking get your ass out of the room. You're a distraction to me.
Roland, we're starting to build the Friday Initiative show. And I want to start with, and this is what's weird about it. By Friday, we're going to have a whole bunch of little things. I want tuna sushi pizza.
Morimoto's has a...
There's a Morimoto in New York?
Yeah, Chelsea.
Oh, shit.
This
Oh, boy. Now,
were you listening to the first hour and a half of the show?
Moral conundrum right here.
They treated me like shit in Philly.
They did?
Yep. I'm waiting for my apology.
Morimoto.
It wasn't good for Morimoto at the beginning of the show.
I had it at Budokan, so maybe we called the New York City Budokan people. No, the Morimoto people, I went into a completely empty restaurant right when it opened, Morimoto down in Philly. I said, I know we don't have a reservation. I acknowledged that right off the bat. Like, I want to respect your place, and I understand this isn't McDonald's. I got 6 people, and, we want to have a quick meal. And she looked at her screen, said the first reservation's 10:30. And then I said, because there's a new audience every 11 minutes.
Of course, every 11 minutes.
Remember that from the bosses?
Of course.
So a lot of new people right now. I said, well, do you have invisible people in here right now? Because I don't see anyone. I was just trying to have a little fun with it and be a little light.
They laugh.
She wouldn't move. She was a dick to me. Dare I say the C word? I'll say twat.
Cuntaroo?
I don't like saying cunt. I'll say
Chinese?
twat. She was a twat. Oh. She was a twat to me. And then I said the reservations, the first one's at 10:30.
Yeah,
but it was an empty restaurant. There's no way those tables are going to fill up in the next hour. There's no fucking way.
It happens here, too. I always make reservations because when you walk in, it's empty, but within the half hour, you fill it.
But it's more than that. What was that about? They get off on being able to tell people we're such a hot place that we can't sit you?
Yeah.
Be honest. You know the restaurant business.
Yeah, it happens. But then it draws, like, people will make reservations. Then you're booked up for 3-4 months.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's delicious, though.
But then we went to Budokan, which is in the same, I would say they're the same level restaurant or close.
Yeah.
Budokan maybe slightly below a Morimoto.
They're almost like the Tao. They're almost like the same.
All right. So I called them. I said, look, we don't have a reservation. We're right around the corner. We'd like to, have a meal. They said, come on down. They couldn't have been nicer.
Oh.
And then we walked in. We're like, we just called. Oh, yeah, good. We were expecting you. And they showed us right to a table. And by the way, they had more people in their restaurant at 5 o'clock than Morimoto did. Or
Maybe
Morimoto.
Philly people are
Hold on here. I'm kind of getting this. So you called Budokan and said, hey, we want to come down.
Yeah, but we were walking by the other joint.
Yeah, no, I know.
Oh, I should have called from outside the joint?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, all right, Morimoto's was all booked up. Their reservations were full till 10:30.
Right.
How do you know Budokan just didn't have an opening, and what you honestly did when you called was pretty much made a reservation?
You son of a bitch.
Maybe they weren't being nice. Maybe they just had an opening and you reserved it.
It wasn't officially a reservation if I said we're right around the corner.
Yeah, maybe they had an opening.
So what? I should have called Morimoto from outside their front door?
Maybe.
Instead of walking in like a gentleman saying I'd rather do this face to face?
If they had a reservation.
Yeah.
But explain to me how the restaurant that had people in it could fit me in, but the place that had no one, and I mean no one, maybe a couple, I kind of remember on the left side. So maybe a two-top was just sitting down.
Maybe they had a table for 6 and nothing else. But you got lucky when you called, and they said, yeah, come on down.
But they already had a lot of people in their joint, and then the other place was empty.
Maybe
the place that was empty said no. The place that had... they probably were a third full already. They fit us in. They have plenty of tables to fit us in, both places.
I think you're praising a restaurant for taking a reservation.
Son of a bitch. Well, Budokan can make it up to me by bringing some tuna sushi pizza.
I don't think I'd be into tuna sushi pizza.
I want you to try it.
Ooh, yeah.
Even a bite.
There are two things I don't like putting together.
It doesn't taste
fish and pizza.
But it's not like pizza traditional red sauce.
It's like those fancy schmancy pizzas.
It's the pizza dough, which is nice, and then you got the the tuna sliced nice and thin, really good color of tuna.
Olives, sushi, and then put like eel sauce.
A little onion. It's nice. A little like spicy mayo, but not too much. Oh. It's really good, Ant. You should take one bite. You can spit it out if you don't like it.
Refreshing.
Can we get some for Friday?
If you don't like it, spit it out.
Don't go to Morimoto until they apologize.
Spit it. Yeah.
All right. It just sushi is like.
What's wrong with sushi on a Friday?
Nothing. You can't buy it the day before.
Yeah.
No.
All right. So someone's got to open up their joint and get their sushi.
Usually, because those places don't open until 5.
What do you think, Iraq? Sushi and sake? What are we doing? What are we doing? Come on. Hamid. Get him hamid.
No, I'm still Team Budokan. Morimoto just were really incredibly rude.
Damn them.
Down there in Philly. Their Philly operation, not so nice. I don't know about the New York operation.
Fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck them in the ace.
All right, so where are we at?
I think we were going to take a piss. You were going to take a cheesesteak shit.
I would like to.
I'm going to try to blow some fucking snot out my nose.
All right.
And we'll come back all drained of that pesky fluid.
Okay.
And
we'll have Sal play the drums.
Sal's going to play some fucking drums for us.
We're going to talk about trash to treasure. I know that.
Oh.
We certainly could talk guns today. There's a few gun things.
There's some gun stories. The mayor, of course, getting involved in a national level, which is what any mayor should do. And, who the fuck?
At least the mayor.
Yeah.
Because we've said it the other way. At least he's not being a pussy. He's at least taking on a much tougher thing here than the dumb sugary drink. So I respect him on that level.
I think it's a distraction.
From what?
From what he should be doing. Paying attention in New York City.
Because people are laughing at the sugary drink thing?
Yeah, true.
But we make fun of him for not, taking on the tougher
I know,
topics.
yeah. It is a tough
This is a much tougher one, so at least he's, I respect him for that, I guess.
Albeit misguided.
Well, they're all misguided, aren't they?
So I say.
All right, Sal drums next. For real.
Yeah.
We can't do the gag twice. It's just stupid. And you didn't see the gag coming, by the way. You made believe you did, but you just did not. I'm sorry.
When you said you knew Stockholm Syndrome, I was like, does Opie really know Stockholm Syndrome?
Yeah, I do.
Was what kind of got me a little nervous. I noticed the time. I was like, I'm getting cut off.
Yeah, I like that band.
Muse is awesome.
Yeah, I know. Play him into break, E-Rock.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Van Halen Day. 34 years ago today, Van Halen released Van Halen 2.
Van Halen 2. Speaking of number 2, Opie, did you happen to go to the end stall in the bathroom?
I did not.
Holy shit.
Someone blew it up?
I took a picture of it and tweeted it.
Oh.
It is...
the worst ever?
If Sam, when Sam comes back, he'll pop it up on the... Oh, yeah, or you could just look at it. It's... I don't know what the fuck happened to whoever was in there. It's so incredibly bad.
At 5:30 this morning, I heard people bitching about a stall in the bathroom, but I'm like, that's just regular shit.
No, that's, there it is.
Let me see.
Here it comes. It's just, it's the entire liquid portion of the bowl is shit.
It looks like a frothy Starbucks drink.
It's hot cocoa.
It looks like a cappuccino with some extra cinnamon.
It's fucking disgusting.
What fucking animals?
Of course, that's Anthony Cumia.
Yes, it is.
Twitter, yes, Anthony, Cumia.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I walked in there, and all I had to do was blow my nose, but I like going to the stall so you could just rip off as many tissues as you need. And I walked in that one, I just went, whoa. I snapped a picture and backed right out.
Oh, my God. That's mud, right?
Yeah,
that's mud up on the sides.
Yeah, the entire bowl was full of mud.
And then it looks like someone was wiping their ass with paper towels and not toilet paper.
It was just a disgusting thing that's the stall all the way to the end if you want to see it live.
I absolutely do.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
It's so
We've talked over the
disgusting.
years, man. There's animals that work here.
Fucking animals.
I really believe they got actual animals that do radio shows because who would leave a bathroom like that?
Fucking animal. It's terrible.
That's a good one. Very nice.
Yeah.
So the Morimoto thing gets even more interesting.
Why?
here.
What happened?
Well, people are now tweeting the Morimoto guy.
Morimoto.
I was treated not that well at the Morimoto in Philly. I never was able to even sit down at the restaurant because I showed up at 5 o'clock to an empty restaurant, and their first reservation was 10:30. Anyway, someone goes, hey, did you tip the hostess? And I was telling Aunt on the way to the bathroom, I'm like, I didn't have a chance to even tip the hostess because she was so rude. I swear to you, too, because I get that dumb reputation, which is from years ago. I had $20 in my hand, ready to go.
A tip is for services rendered. You're talking greasing her before you get in there.
Well, I had the 20 because I knew I was doing something like restaurant opens 5 o'clock. It's empty. I know they're a busy place. They're gonna sit us and understand. And I'm gonna go, well, thank you so much. Here's a little something for you. Right. I didn't get to that point because she was so rude. Even when I was making a joke about the invisible people in the restaurant. So I still had that 20. So when I went to Budokan, they got the 20. And they're like, what's this for? I'm like, for fitting us in. And she goes, oh, you didn't have to do that. But, of course, they like when you do that.
Well, sure.
And it was fine. I gave her the 20. But I never had the chance because then I told you, like, it's one thing to go, hey, man, thank you. Here's a little something for you. But after they tell you, look, the first reservation's at 10:30, what, now you're supposed to awkwardly go, well, will this help?
Yeah.
I'm not that guy. I can't do that.
Well, maybe Mr. Washington could get me in a little sooner.
Have you played that game, though? Where the maybe this will help game? I feel way too awkward to try that move. Like are you sure there's nothing we could do? And you kind of like have the money.
That's weird. Are you sure? Because I like sliding that before they say anything, because that could put them in an awkward position.
Right.
I've done it at the parking garages.
Right.
Where they wave you off and go, no room.
Right.
Especially for an Escalade. You drive in there, they're like, no room.
It's like they're looking at a tank every time.
Yeah.
You're not used to Escalade's parking yet?
I know.
Oh, my God.
Right? So I usually, I hang a 20 out the window, and I wave it a little, and I go, no room. Come this way.
Nice.
So it works in that case.
So I should have walked in with the 20 in my hand, like waving it around like a lunatic.
Waving it around. Hey, wait, you got a table?
I can't be that guy that now breaks out the money after I've been told something.
Yeah, after you're told.
But then again, your scenario, that makes perfect sense.
You know what? If you'd walk in and you go like this, you got your 20. You walk up to her and you go, look, I know it's last minute. I'm hoping you have room. You know, I'd really appreciate it. And then you give her the 20. I'd really appreciate it. And it's like,
how great would it be if she has to give the 20 back? Because I would ask for the 20 back at that point.
Well, you have to. They can't take it and say no. They'd be like,
would.
oh, we don't do. I hate when they go, we don't do that here.
Like, you've heard that?
Yeah, I've gotten that. Where they give it back to you and go, oh, no, we can't accept that. We don't do that here. Applebee's. No. It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah. All right, you want to hear Sal play the drums?
Yes, finally.
He's so stupid, I know we can keep him on the hook all day long and not do it again.
Already.
It's so obvious, but...
Yeah. What?
It's obvious, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I like that you clarified that the reason it's obvious is because he's so stupid.
He knows it.
He does, right?
Yeah,
what selection are we going to hear now? Is it YYZ?
I think we should do Spirit of Radio. A little more lyrical, you know?
People are saying...
a little more lyrical as you play the drums. Who's singing to this?
Yeah, really?
You know.
Are you going to sing, too?
No, I'm not going to sing.
Well, instrumental is.
But if you're doing an instrumental, why wouldn't an instrumental song work the best?
I think it would be pretty instrumental.
You pick out the song with the best drums, not the best singing.
Somebody said that if Sal's...
Remember when I called him stupid?
I remember.
Okay, all right,
if Sal's doing it, it's YYZ. Because you're boring.
Well, Sal, this is your segment. You know, you built this segment, so you do whatever the fuck
you
want.
play whatever you want. What do you want?
What do you want to do?
Let's do Spirit Radio.
Spirit of the radio.
You're not playing to the song, right?
Oh, he's going to play to the track.
Huh?
Of course I want to play this song.
He's playing to the track.
But mix it up a little bit, right?
We'll get to hear it.
But
and
can
we'll
he
hear him
only
play.
can he only hear it?
No, I want to hear it. Don't you want to hear it?
I don't know. Do I?
You'll be able to hear him playing to the track. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see if he's fucking good.
All right.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure Eric turns it up loud enough, you know?
It's very hard to tell. It's very hard to tell if he's just playing drums. You know,
All right.
you don't hear the music.
All right. And Rush is a good song, man. That Spirit of Radio is all right.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right.
Hit it, Eric.
Now.
Here we go.
Now.
Oh.
Start now.
You missed it. What happened? What happened? Sal, you missed the big fucking... Here's what he did. He started spinning his sticks around and looking at us
Look like a rock
look at me, I'm
star.
rocking. And then he missed the fucking the drum cue.
You didn't time your spin.
He missed it.
That was horrible.
Holy shit.
He's a showboater.
Right. All right. Let's start again.
All right.
The drummer was supposed to lead it.
No, you know what you need? You need the music so loud that people can't hear your fucking drumming.
Right.
That's what you need.
Now, Eric, can you turn it up even louder?
I
don't think we have to mic the drums. Is what
I
I'm
gotta
thinking.
say,
let's turn the mics on the drums way the fuck down.
Regardless of the music being loud or something, that was pretty sloppy.
Yeah, I know.
I got to tell you.
was sloppy.
That was sloppy.
Oh boy, Aunt knows this shit.
I've heard.
Aunt used to be a drummer.
I was never a drummer.
Let's do Tom Sawyer then.
Tom Sawyer.
Of course.
Modern Day Warrior, Mimi Stride.
Yeah.
Do you want to like turn up your headphone volume?
I got to play along to it for a little bit and then go.
Yeah.
You got to be able to play without the track, though, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you have to know the drum part?
You would think.
All right, let's try Tom Sawyer. There you are. Here's Sal playing the drums.
Oh boy,
amazing radio.
tricky part's coming up, so.
Look, man, I've met Neil Peart. Sal, you're no Neil Peart.
Oh, no.
I worked with Neil Peart. I knew Neil Peart.
I didn't know all the patterns, honestly.
I can't be an asshole all the time. I'm impressed because I can't do that shit.
Of course.
But he fucked it up in the middle of it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He
lost a little bit?
The truth of the matter is that overall is a pretty easy Rush song because it's a pretty basic beat through the whole song.
Yeah.
There are a lot of fills and stuff, but you were missing a lot of fills.
Yeah,
and then coming out of the fills, your timing was so way off that you had to try to catch back up again. And
you were the one that picked that song.
Yeah. I mean,
why would you pick a song you didn't know well?
I don't know. I just figured, I
don't know.
You have to pick a song that people know, like you can't pick one that's like too
drumming was supposed to be his thing, though.
Yeah.
He did all right.
No, I mean,
I don't know how to do that shit.
It's
John Bottom.
It's not ideal in here to,
Yeah.
the vocal mics for drum, overheads and stuff. It doesn't sound great.
Yeah.
I'll play another one if you guys want to play another one.
Can you play Wipeout? What do you mean?
What's maybe another band?
Wait, what's wrong with Wipeout? Let me hear it.
What, Wipeout? It's like... The whole song is just that same.
No, I know that.
Pretty bad.
Let's start with something basic for you. How about In the Air Tonight? The drum thing from In the Air Tonight.
I also
Can you do that?
I brought a very abbreviated drum kit in here. I couldn't even play half the shit that Neil was playing.
Oh, well, of
he has like
course.
30 toms. Like,
He has the big fucking, wow.
Excuses.
They come pouring in. I love a good excuse.
But you picked the song, remember?
Not before.
All right, with the kit you have and your knowledge and everything, what would be a good song to showcase your drumming prowess instead of having to, make an excuse?
Great question.
I don't know. Maybe something from Muse would be cool.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Trying to get on the Opie teat.
Why not the In the Air Tonight thing?
I just literally
That's
don't
so
even
basic.
have the drums here to do that sort of thing.
Really? But when it happens in the song, it's pretty impressive for everybody.
It's pretty cool. It's one of the
People
most
really
popular
get into that.
They get into the... Yeah.
No.
Let's do Muse... Stockholm Syndrome, maybe?
All right.
People know the song.
E-Rock, you got that?
They do know the song.
I don't want to play the whole thing, so I'll just get,
Oh, trust me, we don't want you to play the whole thing.
Oh, we'll let you know when you fucked up enough to stop.
Eric, turn it up very, very loud, please.
Ah, crank it. Yeah, motherfucker.
All right. Ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, here we go. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember it a little bit better, yeah.
Ah, that's what it was. Sure.
That's a lot simpler of a song.
Yeah. But, yeah, okay. I mean, the guy obviously can drum. It's, It's not like
else that he can't
It's not
do.
like you just set up a drum kit and went like, oh boy, now what do I do?
Right.
Oh shit, they got me.
He knows his way around a drum kit. All right.
Thanks, guys.
You want to play We Are the Dinosaurs?
What do you think of them? He rocks a dinosaur. Marching. He rocks a dinosaur. How did he get so fast? Marching. He rocks a dinosaur. He makes the world fly.
Fucking guy.
All right, Sal. I guess
there you go.
better get those drums back before
boy.
that guy gets all fucking
Drum
annoyed.
diva.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Fucking
it.
gets
That was
here.
fun.
It was all right.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it was fun. It was all right. It was killed 10 minutes
That's good.
on a Monday.
I like when drummers want to play Rush though, because then
That's Neil Peart,
It
man.
always ends up like, maybe that wasn't as good an idea as I thought.
I am a big Rush fan, so that's why.
Can you do YYZ?
Are you a big Donna Summer fan?
The beginning? Yeah. Do you know the
without the song?
Yeah, YYZ is that's Morse code in the beginning, and YYZ is the airport code for I think the one in Toronto.
Yeah, that's where
So
the
the
band's
beginning
from. So probably.
Sal's going to start soon. That was actually the security guard throwing the drums out of the elevator. Yeah. We had a recording of that. I didn't know.
And then the next big fill is everybody's favorite. Like everybody in the audience is doing this.
Yeah.
And then he goes. It's funny. It's one really fun thing to do at a Rush concert.
Yeah, very good.
I'll play some Rush there.
Sal goes, one fun thing to do at a Rush concert. I would go with go get a beer when they break into Roll the Bones.
Oh,
well, is that a fun thing to do at a Rush show, or
go get a beer?
You turn around for like big hits, like in YYZ, and you see everybody just all these like
the air drumming,
air and drumming, it's
air
really
drumming,
and you look at those guys like I could do that for real, right?
Well, no, you'd be surprised. Like a lot of the guys there, they're like older gentlemen.
Yes.
And they're all wearing like Zildjian, DW. They're all wearing the same.
A lot of drummers like to go see Rush. That's for sure.
And they put on an amazing show. It's a long ass show, and they have lots of like visuals, explosions.
Yeah. We're still talking about drumming, I guess.
Rush.
All right.
Oh, pure evil.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Thank you, Sal.
Now to break down a wall, that's pretty impressive because I can't fucking do that.
Yeah,
I can't even
Sal's-
come close
you
to
can tell
doing
he's
that
a-
shit.
He's a drummer.
I've sat behind drums when no one's around and just try to see what I can
Actually,
do.
fucking.
Not so much.
Yep.
All right, don't forget Moses Gates is coming in. The guy I filmed a few urban exploring videos with. He's got a new book called Hidden Cities, and today's finally the day that we get to talk to him. So I'm pretty excited to see him again. I haven't seen him since we went and did the underground exploring and then the Chrysler Building exploring. So
I want to get his take on the fact that Homeland Security is calling this, form of terrorism. Helping terrorists out by showing them the weaknesses in the city's infrastructure. Yeah.
Does that mean we're going to get a talking to?
Talking to.
Because if that happens, I'm not going to be winking at anybody.
No.
There's going to be no winks.
No.
There's going to be no, I got this.
Well, I didn't get a.
There's going to be no, I
drone
think I
talking
could just talk to Scott Greenstein, everything's okay. And,
Yeah.
it'll be a different fucking version of me.
When it's Department of Homeland Security.
My knees will be
FBI.
shaking.
Yeah. Then you got to kind of take it seriously.
The drone people didn't talk to you?
No, I didn't get any
You would
calls
think they would
or
have by now, right?
knock on the door. Nah, I guess maybe they knew. They knew it wasn't me.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so Moses comes in about, 15, 20 minutes.
Holy Moses.
You got Michael Moore talking about guns. You got Jim Carrey doing an anti-gun song. You got Bloomberg taking on the NRA.
Michael Mohr is an idiot.
Start there?
Obviously, yeah.
All right, let me play the Michael Mohr clip for you.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to sit back and do a Sudoku puzzle. Does anyone have the Daily News today?
Where's the Sudoku puzzle?
Does anyone have a Daily News? It's break time for the Opster. Here's what Michael Mohr said. When was this and where? Was it at some kind of fundraiser? Or
I thought it was on Piers Morgan.
Was it?
Wasn't? Did he say this on Piers?
I don't know. All right.
He's been babbling it.
Do you realize that over 90% of the guns in this country are owned by white people in the suburbs and in rural areas? 90% of our guns are not owned by African Americans, Hispanics, minority groups. They're owned by white people. Now, what are these white people so afraid of out in the suburbs? Are they thinking little redhead, freckle-faced Jimmy down the street is going to, kill them, mug them? I don't think so. Are they afraid the guy next door is gonna break in and steal their TV? No, because they know the guy next door makes $50,000-$60,000 a year. So poverty and racism. The answer is it's pretty much the same answer for a lot of our other problems. Jobs.
He's a fucking dickbag. He is just a dickbag. First of all, 90% of gun owners are scared white people, as he said. Oh, sorry, you forgot a word. Legal. Legal gun owners. Yeah, there you go. Not all African Americans are Hispanic. They're white people. 90% of yeah, exactly. Registered, legal, legally purchased, legally held guns. Now, when you throw in the illegal guns, I think the numbers are going to go up when you look at different races. But Michael Mohr, of course, doesn't want to say that. What are the 90% of white gun owners, that are legal gun owners, so scared of? Is it Jimmy next door? Is it Johnny? Is it the neighbor's going to steal it? No. What they're scared of is perhaps you're a mom strolling your 18-month-old child down the street, and two African-American gentlemen want to rob you and shoot you in the leg and the side of your head, and then just walk up to your baby and shoot him in the face and kill him. Maybe that's what they're scared of. I don't know. I know that's such a wild thing to say because something like that would never happen. Oh, that's right, it did. Yeah, I would say that it's not a scared thing, but it's like saying you drive around with a spare tire in your car because, 90% of the people that drive with spare tires are scared they're going to get a flat. Nah, you got to be prepared. I think preparedness is pretty good. And the bottom line is it's a constitutional right, so shut the fuck up. But his skewed stats are embarrassing. He's got an agenda that I don't even know where it comes from. I don't know what his motivation is, what his end game is, to be doing nothing but making excuses for criminals and making villains out of the people that are paying attention to all the laws and exercising a constitutional right. Why are they the bad guys? And everyone that's using illegal guns and killing so many of the people that end up dead every year by gun violence are killed with illegal guns. The other ones that are killed with legal guns, and a majority, more so than homicides, are suicides. The people that are killing themselves for whatever fucking reason that is, but suicides are a huge part of the gun violence numbers that they jack up every year. But they would like you to think that all those numbers are people with assault rifles going into schools. That's pretty much it. 10,000 people died last year from gun violence. And then they play up assault weapons and school shootings to try to make you think that's where it's all coming from. Truth of the matter is, white people, it's suicides. Black people, it's homicides. That was a nice article was in one of the papers yesterday. And they were showing that African Americans are much more likely to be killed with a pistol, with handguns, and to kill with handguns. White people are much more likely than blacks to commit suicide with guns. That's just one of the stats. But as far as being a scared person, little puppy, being a scared white person with a gun, no, it's being prepared. What's his motivation? Where is he looking to go with this, making excuses for the criminals and making villains of the law-abiding citizens. I don't know what Michael Moore's trying to do. Sell more books, make another movie.
Oh, well, it's
whatever
good business for him.
It's very good business, so I guess that's what it is.
I think in the end, that's his first motivation with this whole thing. Business is good for him.
He likes to stir things up and infuriate people, and it's so hard for me to believe that he actually believes what he's saying sometimes, because, I mean, I honestly don't think he's a stupid guy. I don't know.
I just wish you guys got into it when he was in here.
I do too.
That would be pretty amazing.
I do too. Yeah. I would now, because it's reached a much more higher boiling point
right
now. But I don't know. He every week he's saying something else that's really stupid. I mean, look at your hometown of Flint, Michigan. It's not just big business and greedy bosses that have destroyed that city, and Detroit, and parts of Chicago. Look into it, you fat fuck. And then I guess
that baby story is horrendous.
She's strolling her kid. What
kind of neighborhood was
robbed. I guess a shitty fucking neighborhood.
Was it a shitty neighborhood to begin with?
Yeah, it was in Atlanta. Or in Georgia, somewhere in Georgia.
I really don't know.
I'm not sure if it was
Do
Atlanta.
they have the death penalty in Georgia?
I hope so.
And would that be a death penalty case?
I sure hope
so. I don't know
so.
what is a death penalty case in this country
At this
anymore.
point, yeah, what is it?
I really don't know.
Two guys, they're 114, 117, youths, teens, just out for playing around. They walk up to this woman strolling her kid and say, "Give me your money." They point a gun at her. She says, "I don't have any money." And they fire around at the sidewalk next to her. She goes, please, I don't have any money. They shoot her in the side of the head, skin her ear, and then shoot her right above the kneecap. And then she goes, "Please don't hurt my baby." And she goes, "Oh, yeah, you don't want us to kill your baby?" The guy walks right up to the kid stroller, points the gun right at the kid's face, point blank, and pulls the fucking trigger and shoots an 18-month-old baby in the face. And
just horrible.
And you can't think that perhaps there's something more behind that there's some type of complete lack of compassion and empathy and respect for life. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. Michael Moore sure doesn't know. And scared white people owning guns? Perhaps, but there's enough things going out there to concern people where perhaps they want to have as good of protection in their own home and walk in the streets as they could possibly have. Where when somebody walks up to you and threatens to shoot you and your baby in the face, that perhaps you have at least a fighting chance to defend yourself and your child, instead of just laying on the ground with a bullet in your knee, weeping and begging these people that apparently have no clue what compassion is. And you're depending on that person's compassion at that point to save your life and your baby's life because you don't have anything else. You don't have anything else to defend yourself with. And if it was up to Michael Moore, none of us would ever have anything to defend ourselves against these animals with. But, odds are it would never happen to you. I understand that. Can't be a mental patient thinking around every corner is danger. But it's obvious things like this do happen. It happens more often than people win the lottery. And people play it all the time, hoping to win. So you need to be able to defend yourself. And Bloomberg is also in the news about his gun rants, and he would love it if the only recourse you had was to have the police show up after the fact and mop up, because perish the thought again that you're able to defend yourself. And then fucking stupid, what's his name?
Jim Carrey?
Jim Carrey.
Well, this is what Bloomberg had to say over the weekend.
Oh, Bloomy. Oh, boy.
You target people, Republicans and Democrats, who do not support a weapons ban, an assault weapons ban, who do not vote for background checks. Will you spend money, lots of money, to target them in 2014 in the midterm race?
Well, let me phrase it this way.
I think I have a responsibility, and I think you and all of your viewers have responsibilities to try to make this country safer for our families and for each other.
Yeah.
And if I can do that by spending some money and taking the NRA from being the only voice to being one of the voices so the public can really understand the issues, then I think my money would be well spent, and I think I have an obligation to do that.
So you'll spend money on ads?
We're starting to run ads today or tomorrow. I think I've spent $12 million on running ads in 10 states around the country, explaining to the public what the issues are and how, and urging them to call their senators if they believe that we should have gun checks that stop criminals and people with mental illnesses from getting guns. They should call their senators.
Will there be a political price to pay for a Republican or a Democrat who fails to vote based on this public polling to make assault weapons banned or to vote for background checks?
If 90% of the public want something and their representatives vote against that, common sense says they are going to have a price to pay for that. The public is going to eventually wake up and say, I want to put in office somebody that will do the things that I think are necessary for this country. That's what democracy is all about.
Well, that ain't happening. No one's doing anything that the public wants at this point.
Well, the one thing the public definitely wants is background checks, right? It's over 80% at this point.
Yeah, a lot of people want background checks, whether they'll do anything or not. And you can't tie background checks to gun registration. In a lot of states, that's what's going to happen. It's very tricky. It's not as easy as it sounds. But background checks, it doesn't stop the criminal, you fucking assholes.
Right.
It doesn't stop the criminal. And what Bloomberg is saying also, I love this stat, 90% of America wants gun control. It's like 90% want some form of gun control, whether it's background checks or whether it's completely banning guns. There are certain amounts of people that want that. Background checks, a lot of people want background checks, sure. Put it to a vote, fine. Assault weapon bans, they don't have the votes. The Democrats know they don't even have the votes 100% in their party. So that isn't going to happen. But you talk to Bloomberg, and he says, well, let's give the people what they want. The people don't want an assault weapons ban, but he's still pushing it. So why is that okay to push, even though the people don't want it?
What is the percentage of people that want it?
That want an assault weapons ban?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of the numbers, but they can't win the vote. They don't have the numbers.
No, I mean
the American people?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's not 50%. It's not 50%, that's for sure. Considering there's millions of these things in almost every home in the country. It's 56%, Denver Pest says. What could you please give me a source? Is it fucking MSNBC.com poll?
Wait,
that's like saying Fox poll.
56% of the people want an assault
weapons ban.
That seems high. I don't know if that's.
And here's another thing, though.
Yeah.
The people that want something banned are the least educated about it. I've noticed over this gun fucking issue that the people that want to ban things, take things away, stricter controls, are the least educated people on guns that I've ever spoken to about any topic. They just parrot what they're hearing about guns. They don't know what a semi-automatic and an automatic are. They don't know that there is a difference between what the military uses and what a civilian can get and use. They go, there's no place for military rifles in the hands of private citizens. There aren't. Don't worry about it. We're talking about a semi-automatic rifle that looks like a military rifle. It acts like any wooden-stocked hunting rifle that your granddad would have. It fires rounds as quickly as you pull the trigger, just like many people's hunting rifles. Just like your World War II fucking rifle that was given to your GI, your M1. But it looks cool because it's got black plastic on it and looks like when you see a show on TV about the war, and then you look at one of these guns, it looks the same. So you ban them. They have no place in the hands of private citizens. Well, if you were educated on guns, you would know that isn't the same gun they're using in combat. And most crimes and murders are done with handguns, not assault weapons. So stop with the assault weapon ban. It's 300 people a year in the country are killed by rifles in any way, shape, or form. That includes hunting accidents. That includes bolt-action rifles, not just assault weapons. It's probably the lowest casualty rate of any type of firearm in the country. It's not concealable. It's a stupid thing to take around with you. Pistols. That's where it's at. But, again, it's illegal guns for the most part, and they don't want to address that. I mean, you know, I'm sure if you question that fucking animal that shot that baby in the face, I don't think he's worried that his pistol license is going to be taken away. I don't think he's quite worried about how he's going to renew his pistol license after shooting a baby in the face.
What a sick story.
And then Jim Carrey, our Canadian friend.
Well, he's having a little fun with the whole thing.
Canadians, just stay out of the Second Amendment fight. Whether you were here for years or not, or you got that Canadian fucking gene in you that has no clue what it's like to really be an American and to exercise constitutional rights. Go back up to your nanny state and be taken care of up there with your shitty health care. Even though it's free, it's shitty.
But it's on Funny or Die. He's just having fun.
Oh, fuck him.
He's kind of just having fun.
I've seen his tweets that aren't meant for fun.
He's just trying to have fun with the whole gun debate.
An asshole.
He's injecting some humor into the topic, into the subject. Cold Dead Hand with Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
And he intros it as Charlton Heston. This is just fun.
Oh, okay.
There's some lofts in here.
All right.
Well, hi-oh and howdy, fine folks, and welcome back to Hee Haw. We want to thank our special guest, Charlton Heston, for joining us.
Walter, it's an absolute pleasure to be here in the sight of God on Hee Haw. But who would be laughing if it weren't for the patriots who answer the call of freedom?
Well,
The aliens. They would exploit our every weakness and suck the brains out of every living soul. They'd be laughing, but not like you and me.
Does good
They'd
Heston.
Go, beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep.
We want to leave you with the sweet as molasses sounds of a band I'm sure you're all going to like. Hens and Roosters, lend an ear to Lonesome Earl and the Clutterbusters.
Hey, what happened?
And then he plays the song.
Is it buffering?
No.
No, he's
I
playing
figured
off
we'd
the
stop
audio.
there.
Oh, okay.
And then the song's called Cold Dead Hands.
I like his Heston. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, see, I told you there's humor here. Just fun.
Oh, I know.
He's fun with the whole thing.
He's still a dickbag, but, you know.
Pay attention, the members of
Laugh
his
about
band all were
assassinated
via bullet.
Of course, yeah.
Well, who's he got?
He's got Abraham Lincoln.
Sure, he took
John
a bullet.
Lennon.
Sure, Lennon got one.
Gandhi. That's his band.
That's why India doesn't have Halloween. Because they got no Gandhi.
Oh. We should have just let the song play.
Oh, wow. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, hopefully you'll never hear it again.
OMG. I was only joking. That's funny. I'm funny.
Some folks ride like the wind, with the whispering pines to guide them, and the burning light inside them keeps them warm in the snow. Others fear the sounds they hear, make banditos out on molehills, fill their hearts with porcupine quills. They're dead and buried long before they go. Charlton Heston movies are no longer in demand, and his immortal soul may lay forever in the sand. The angels wouldn't take him up to heaven like he planned, 'cause they couldn't pry that gun from his cold dead hand.
What did he say?
It takes a cold dead hand to decide to pull the trigger. Takes a cold dead heart, and as near as I can figure, with your cold dead
Put another word up there.
Your dick is bigger, but we know your chariot may not be swinging low.
I hate goof songs that sound so beautiful that
it just sounds like a regular song.
It just sounds like a nice regular song.
Sounds like a regular song.
He's saying little dicks on
Yeah, I
people
know.
with guns.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
All the features in there. He's just having fun.
He's having a good
Injecting
time.
some humor.
Oh,
yeah.
he's
That's
not
all.
just having fun.
No, he's just having fun.
He
He's a
absolutely.
comedian. He doesn't have an agenda. He's just having a good time.
He's putting out a little propaganda there.
What's it about, the politics or the comedy?
I think it's about
politics of contraband, the smuggler's blue.
I think it's just about having a little fun.
A little fun.
Lighten it up a little bit.
Cold at hand, cold at hand, cold at hand, cold at hand. You're a big man with a little bitty gland, so you need something bigger just to fill.
They're making fun of everything I hold dear. Walter?
Imagine if the Lord were here and he knew.
Do we have to play the whole thing?
No.
Okay.
No.
You don't like it, Ant?
It's fucking. I mean, it's a song parody. It's
Yeah.
At least he's not shoehorning. You know, it's a well-written song. It sounds accurate to the time and style that he's trying to portray, old-style country music. But, you know, he's just putting his drivel in there. Oh, wow, really? If you like guns, you have a small dick. Oh, I get it. Are you going to stereotype a black guy and say, oh, black guy's got big dick? Why don't you put that in your song? Huh?
The one,
but that doesn't make sense because young black men are using illegal guns in record numbers, killing each other, and they're supposed to have big dicks. So I don't understand what Jim Carrey's going for there. Yuck. Jim Carrey. Try to make another movie. Give that a whirl.
He makes movies.
He makes shitty movies now.
What was the last good movie from Jim Carrey?
Cable Guy.
Wow, really?
Cable Guy.
What about the Penguin movie?
Fucking
Mr. Popper's Penguins?
Yeah, what about that one?
Fucking stunk on ice.
What about after 2 weeks, Burt Wonderstone has barely made half of its production budget?
Burt Wonderstone looked like a lump of shit.
I saw it. It wasn't that bad.
Stop it.
It was bad, right?
It wasn't
terrible.
I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't, you know.
Yeah, I don't go to those. They weren't that bad movies.
Yeah, there's no reason to run
I
out.
only go for the really over the top ones now. That's the only time you'll see me in a movie theater. I don't go for the ones that are like, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
I do all my research ahead of time, so I avoid those scenarios.
Yeah.
Going back to Bloomberg really fast because he's always about this is what the people want, and I'm not even sure if that's what the people want. To be completely honest with you, I'd have to study the stats.
Sure.
But one thing that people don't want is higher taxes, but that doesn't seem to stop Mayor Bloomberg or any other politician.
No, they love jacking
So
those
if it's
up.
about what the people want, how about we start there? Because I know for sure people don't want higher taxes.
Well, that's why they have a progressive tax scale here in this country, because people don't want higher taxes on themselves, but they love raising taxes on other people.
Well,
so if you campaign to a base and say, well, people want these services that we give in this country and stuff, so we have to tax, and we're going to tax these people. And then everyone goes, yay!
But the problem is everyone is paying higher taxes.
Of course, yeah. And
everyone is.
Yeah, it's amazing how much. When Bill Maher starts bitching about his tax rate, you know there's trouble.
Look,
because he will lap the ass of a liberal Democrat.
I want this quote to go out there. I want to make an announcement that people don't want higher taxes.
Yeah.
Mr. Bloomberg.
Yeah.
Mr. Bloomberg. And people want their sugary drinks. Remember that one?
Yeah.
You're all about what the people want. Well, I'm sure people want to continue drinking their sugary large drink.
Yeah. How about you let people, her baby had been hit in the head. How about you let people protect themselves and defend themselves? I want the safety for the people, a safe, how safe do you think that woman was strolling her little kid down the street with no chance of defending herself against thug animals? Yeah.
I think Kid Rock said it best.
What did Kid Rock say? Ba with a ba, the bang a dang, diggy diggy diggy, said the boogie said. Up
Certainly
the
from the
boogie.
same song.
Oh.
Get in the pit and try to love someone.
Oh, that's so
we
sweet.
need more of that.
Yeah, there is no pit. There is no love. It's, it's a horrible world we live in. Horrible world we live in.
And let's watch out for the methadone clinics.
Yeah.
That's where the scary
He's
people
got all his friends down there.
That's right.
People.
Yeah.
Hookers in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The critics, the cynics.
That's right. You've played that song a few times.
Oh, you know what?
When that one station that really rocks.
Really rocks. Yeah. This was such a turn the fucking crank your fucking stereo in your vehicle.
Well, the wife
one.
and the kids didn't enjoy it as much as I did on the way to Philly. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Everyone was trying to sleep, and I decided it was Kid Rock time. The methadone clinic.
Where did Kid Rock go wrong?
He didn't go wrong. I was having the discussion this weekend.
Yeah?
Guy's a fucking talented guy.
I know he is, but
he's done 3 or 4 different fucking music genres. He's incredibly talented.
He had crazy rock cred.
Well, he had rap. He had rap rock. Then he had rock. Then he had country. Then he had pop.
What happened was he tried to be a rapper at the same time as Vanilla Ice, and that didn't work.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, there can only be one king.
Right.
Well, no, he was legit white rap guy.
Yeah.
Like,
and then he threw the metal shit in there.
But what happened was when the rock rap thing became stupid because of Limp Bizkit.
Because of Limp Bizkit. Yes.
He went, like Opie said, country and like Southern Rocky almost. Right.
But more than pulled it off. I know he samples and shit, but I like all those dumb, catchy songs of his.
But so he survived. So he was because he was changing up his sound.
So what do you mean by going wrong?
Sheryl Crow picture.
He's probably
Sheryl Crow.
Yeah, but he's selling more. I mean, it depends. Like, maybe for your taste, he went wrong, but I think he's selling way more fucking...
selling more than Fred Durst is right now.
He's selling way more albums doing, like, the Sheryl Crow thing and the country thing than he did with the ba with a ba, the bang, ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba.
It just seems like he fell off. He fell off.
Tell him in Detroit. They love him in the D.
Oh, well.
Well, I think he finally fell off a little bit, but he had easily a 10-year run. Easy. Easy. That's a long career for these guys nowadays.
This was huge.
I love this song. Yeah, at first I wanted to hate it because of the Leonard Skinner sample.
Yeah. This was a big one. What was that? I just remember it was summer of Nicolini.
Yeah.
I think that was...
well, it's going to ramp up. Moses Gates next. Stay there.
It was 1989. My thoughts were short, my hair was long. Caught somewhere between a boy and man. She was 17 and she was far from in between. It was summertime in northern Michigan. Splashing through the sandbar, talking by the campfire. It's the simple things in life, like when and where. We didn't have no internet, but man, I never will forget the way the moonlight shined upon her hair. And we were trying different things, and we were smoking funny things, making love out by the lake to our favorite song. Sipping whiskey out the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow, singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Tell us great stories, but he doesn't want to be on the air. We'll talk about that tomorrow or something. We got my new friend Moses Gates in studio.
Hey, how you doing, man?
It's Moses NYC on Twitter. And, of course, he's the author of Hidden Cities, Travels to the Secret Corners of the World's Greatest Metropolises, a memoir of urban exploration. It's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, iBookstore, Books A Million, and IndieBound.
Damn, that's like...
it's going to be a big book.
That's for reals.
I hope so.
A lot of people are pre-ordering just because of the videos we made.
Yeah, that was a crazy time, man. That was a fun day.
Yeah,
that was. I finally said
insane.
it. I think it was last week. I had posted 3 videos. It was all in one day that we did all that shit.
Yeah,
we were underground for at least 2.5 hours.
Yeah, because it was about a 3-mile walk, and we stopped a little bit. So I think that was like a 4 or 5 hour day.
I would think even longer, but yeah. I was going to say 5 or 6 hours, but I found out that Moses was coming in, and Roland goes, "Hey, man, he's more than willing to show you around a little bit." I'm like, "Fuck yeah!" And the one thing I always wanted to see was where Mole People was filmed.
Yeah,
not Mole People. The I forgot the name of it.
Dark Days.
Dark Days. Thank you. Thank you. The black and white movie. And it so happens it's relatively close to where I live, and I've walked that area a ton of times near the water. And all of a sudden, man, I show him. Moses goes, "All right, meet me by the statue."
Statue Eleanor Roosevelt.
Yeah, it was all creepy. Yeah, like I was in the middle of some game of Clue or something. Meet me at the statue.
Well, it's no fun if we just needed a coffee shop or something.
Right. And then I just trusted you because of Roland. I didn't know him, and all of a sudden I meet him at the statue, and there's Moses. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't. I'm expected flashlights and all sorts of shit. We did have one flashlight, but he didn't check the battery, so we're underground for 3 hours in the dark. I'm like, we could have used a flashlight.
No shit.
So you got to read the book because there's at least 3 times in the book where I forget a flashlight. So
that would seem to be number one thing.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be the number one thing? That should be
number one thing is you,
right?
Like yourself,
right?
Second thing, the flashlight so you can see.
In a way, it was cool that we didn't have a flashlight because a lot of times we were walking and it was pitch dark. And remember the one moment I almost fell into a fucking hole.
Yeah, you got to watch for that.
There's holes, like big fucking holes down there, and there just happened to be light in this area. We were walking, just chatting, bullshit, and all of a sudden I'm like, holy fuck, we almost walked into this pretty impressive hole.
There was one time, this is a long time ago, I was in an old abandoned courthouse, and I just fell backwards down a hole. Just like,
really?
Bang. Yeah.
Wow.
Fell about like 7 or 8 feet, got up, hurt to breathe, got on the number 2 train, checked myself into Harlem General.
Right.
Waited a couple hours in the emergency room, and, I ended up okay. But you always got to pay attention. That's the point.
Right.
Holy shit.
Where was that courthouse?
On 163rd and Boston Road up in the Bronx.
Is it still something you could check out?
I don't think so because they're redeveloping it. I mean, it's this beautiful, beautiful old courthouse, and it was abandoned. I want to say since the 1970s, but I'm not sure. And they've been redoing it. They've been rehabilitating it. I think that it's going to be a community center. I'm not 100% sure, but that whole area has been built up a lot.
What did you get to see in there before you fell backwards?
Have you been to any of the downtown courthouses? Or any, just an old courthouse downtown?
I've been in an active one.
Yeah, we've been
exactly.
in a few active ones over the years.
Imagine that, and there's a real cool statue up on top also. So just imagine like one of those old beautiful courthouses with the staircases and the railings and everything like that, but just empty.
Wow,
there were also old jail cells in there too.
Really?
Yeah, in the basement, and also I think on the 4th floor.
Yeah, you feel like you're walking through like Silent Hill or something.
Like one of those creepy video games.
Right. So we went where Dark Days was filmed, where the Mole People used to live. And that's below, I guess, the West Side Highway, more or less, right?
Yeah, underneath Riverside Park.
Riverside Park, really. And then you could kind of see the West Side Highway through some of these gates that open up.
Yeah, it's crazy because you're down there and you can hear people, like, walking their dog above you.
Yeah, wow.
We saw one. Yeah. Remember, we yelled to him. I was like, oh, great. If fucking Moses was a serial killer, I'm fucked right now. Somebody was getting a Frisbee or something. And I didn't know. I thought that people still lived underground. I finally learned that that's pretty much not true anymore. There's a few stragglers here and there, but in general, people aren't living underground in that area.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Because what happened was that was an active rail line for decades. It was a freight line, like the High Line, right?
Yeah.
So the High Line used to connect to that rail line, and it would take freight from the Bronx or from upstate down to the meatpacking district, and that was the whole purpose. That's
and the High Line for the people outside New York, they made it into a walking park. It's really cool. Railroads are obviously above ground, but they made it. It's really a nice little thing to check out if you come to New York.
So anyway, they decommissioned that as a freight line in, I believe, 1980, and then that entire tunnel was abandoned from 1980 until the 1990s.
What a
when they
great
started,
time.
Yeah, when they started
Mid-90s.
running
Yeah.
Amtrak through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was just a giant, wide open space, and it was perfect for people to just go chill down there.
And with, crack and like the perfect timing.
Right.
The gritty, dirty New York and everything. Shit.
Shanty towns
Must
popped
have been
up.
crazy down there.
How many people lived down there at its height?
I mean, nobody really knows. My best guess would be a couple hundred, but I'm not.
That
the
was
guy.
it?
I'm not the guy
I've
to
always heard
ask. I wasn't there back
thousands.
then.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff gets exaggerated.
Right.
You know.
Right. Yeah, but then we, we popped down one of these holes.
Yep.
And then this whole world opened up. It was so cool. I'm not gonna lie to you, I was trying to be cool, but as soon as you said we're going down this hole, I was ready to bail. I'm like, no fucking way. And he found the first hole we found was just not just garbage, like horrendous garbage,
Really?
like almost sewagey garbage. She's like, "Oh, this is the only one I can find today," because these holes pop up, and then the city covers them up, and then they just find another one. They make another one.
I do give you props for meeting a strange man in a park and following him down a hole in the ground, though.
Would it be the first
not
time?
Everybody will do that.
So we found a hole, and
there you go.
I went to Moses. You first. He went through.
Well, he's got to lead the way.
Yeah.
Sure.
Poked his head up. Was
Right,
like,
that's when
this is a good one, because he didn't even know. He didn't know if we were going to just drop straight down. He's like, no, this is a good one. Come on down.
That's when I learned that I had forgotten the flashlight and that my batteries were out. So,
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So you
Fussed
just
around a while, and then we're like, it'll probably be fine.
let your eyes adjust and just kind of walk around.
It's dark down there, man.
Yeah, huh?
And then like the grates from above give you some light, and that's where all that cool artwork was that you were showing me.
Yeah, there's a bunch of great artwork down there. And Ed Koch, I can't remember if you were there on that trip or if it was a different trip.
No,
but,
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, but Ed Koch died Friday morning, and we were there on a Sunday afternoon, and somebody had already painted a Rest in Peace Ed Koch graffiti mural.
Really?
Yeah,
Down
it was
there.
really cool.
In the darkness. And now it's an active railroad, obviously.
Yeah, Amtrak runs through there.
runs through there now. And we saw, I think, 3 or 4.
Yep.
And at one point, we thought it was one of those slow-moving fucking trains, like it was like some people that were going to get us in fucking trouble. You even panicked. I saw it on your face, like, oh, fuck, this is something we don't really see usually.
I mean, I try to play it cool, but I'm always really nervous on these things.
Right.
So.
Right.
I would think. Yeah, you're getting
Some
nailed.
people just don't give a fuck. Some people are just like, on we go, we're good. I'm always really nervous and have to try to like kind of play it cool.
Well, something like that is one thing, but the Chrysler Building, that seemed like a little more you could get in pretty big trouble for.
I mean, I disagree. I mean, I don't know. I mean, well, we're on the radio talking about it. I guess we'll find out. But it's like, it's all above board, There's nothing shady, so I don't know.
I don't know. It's
just the floor is just empty.
I read recently an article was put out about people saying that urban explorers were helping terrorism by showing the weaknesses of.
I mean, that's the silliest thing in the world, man. It's like one of those things where, like, it's 2013. Folk, like, if you think you're gonna put the internet back in a box, it's not gonna happen. you know. So it's the MTA has an official Twitter feed where they have photos of the tunnels. You can go to the library and get architectural plans for everything.
Right.
Like, it's just stuff is out there, and it's a much better tack to take to teach people about the city and teach them, like, here is what's where, how you can get out of places in an emergency. It's much better to have more knowledge rather than less
what Moses
knowledge.
is saying, he thinks everyone should have the opportunity to stand on that eagle head and climb to the top of the spire.
That's pretty.
Where no one has ever been, or very few people have ever been.
That's pretty fucked up. I was watching that. I was looking at that. That's crazy.
Spire is cool. I made a mistake, though, that's not, and I got called out for it on, I think, the YouTube comments or something, where all that concrete stuff, that's like fireproofing. Right. That's and I messed that up in the video, so take the opportunity to correct,
But we leave the underground tunnel. We didn't get to run into the cat lady who's still living down there. I wanted to talk to her. What's her name again?
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lady named Brooklyn that has how many cats?
A lot.
Oh, man.
Like a lot.
Like dozens?
I would say dozens
cat
would
lady.
be accurate, yeah.
Dozens of cats. She lives down there full time. And the only reason I bring this up, Moses and his pals, before he took me around, they spent the night down there with her, right, for her birthday or something?
Yeah, so this was...
That's fucked up!
Yeah, you can read about it in the New York Times. My buddy Steve was doing a big underground trip that he did a lot more than just that tunnel, but I just joined him for just the night in the tunnel with a few other friends of mine. And yeah, it was fun. We had a party. It's if you look up, I think it's called The Wilderness Beneath Your Feet on the New York Times. It documents it. It's got the whole story.
Right.
I would just think with something like the Chrysler Building, people would be afraid. I mean, that's an iconic building that maybe some shenanigans up there would go on, and people because you try to get into this building.
But you're hoping they're going to talk to us?
No. I'm just saying, you go into this building and security is crazy.
Right.
It would seem to me like, God, why wouldn't there be more security, you think?
Well, I just want to walk people through it. So then we jump in a cab. We're way up near Harlem when we finally got out of the tunnel. We walked, you said 3 miles underground?
Jesus.
2.5.
2.5 miles underground. Finally got out where you get out without really giving it away to everybody. And the only people we saw were other people exploring, by the way, down there.
Yeah, every time I go, I run into other folks taking pictures or doing whatever, yeah.
Not many. I mean, a handful, I guess, every time you're down there. Yeah. And then we jump in a cab. He goes, I got something really cool, but I don't want to tell you. I'm like, all right. I guess I got to trust you, even though I've only known you 3 hours.
Come on, we bonded in the tunnel. We did all right.
And then we're in the cab, and then I see the Chrysler Building coming up. I'm like, holy fuck, I think we're going to the fucking Chrysler Building. No fucking way. And what am I allowed to say?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, then I'm saying is, I'll say this. Then we arrive. It's obvious we're going into the Chrysler Building, and I could say this much. We got in the building legit. I can say that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
we weren't breaking any laws.
Yeah,
I don't know what laws we broke officially that day, but honestly, I certainly know we didn't illegally enter the Chrysler Building.
Yeah, I don't think any actually. I mean the 61st floor is just empty.
That amazes me. The 61st floor is obviously the old observational deck or observation deck.
No, the old observation deck is 71, and that's actually.
Oh, you know what? I got confused by that too.
Oh, yeah, the old observation deck was all indoors. It's on 71. It's a private office now. 61, it was just an office building, and it was there was a lawyer's office.
Wait,
there
the
for
one
a
with the
while.
eagle's heads. What floor is that?
61.
Oh, so they have an observation deck.
They used to. It closed in, I think, 1945.
Oh, I thought where we were was the observation deck that was closed in 1945.
No.
Why wouldn't that be the observation deck with the eagles right there?
No, they should make it an observation deck.
Because you can walk outside there.
They will make more money than if they rent it out as an office, and they will especially make more money than if they just keep it empty. If I would totally make that into an active observation deck, it would be so great.
Now I want to know what's on the 71st floor.
71st floor is I forget what kind of office is there, but it's a private office. It looks kind of the same as the other floor we went.
Oh, because the observation deck I just assumed was the floor with the eagles, because that all would make sense. You go outside, you take the pictures near the eagles.
I think it would be the coolest thing in the world. I would definitely pay $10 to go out there. Maybe even 20. Who knows?
So then we got up to, all right, so that was 61. We got up to 61. It's an empty office, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. This whole floor is empty, and it's just me and him and these iconic eagles.
I mean, it's a great place. The last time I was there, they're doing work on it, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be rented up soon if it's not already.
Wow, they were working on it?
Yeah, they had.
You went back after I went?
I've been up there a few times, man.
Since?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I've lost track, but yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And then, I'm taking a look around outside. We got outside, and the guardrail's not too high. That was a little freaky.
Yeah, but it's fine.
No, I was all right with it. I'm not saying I was all right with that. And then I'm just kind of taking a look around, checking it out, going, holy fuck, I can't believe I'm checking this out. And then I turn to my left, and you're just sitting on the eagle's head without even telling me.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's
first.
The point of going 99% of the way there and then not going all the way? Why would you want me to
film that at first? I mean, we did some things afterwards, but I'm like, this is so no big. My point is, it was such a no big deal to you that you just walked out there. You didn't need to get my attention or anything. You're like, I'm here. I love being here. I'm going to go sit out on the eagle's head for a little while he takes a look around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. think of it this way, right? You have this table here. This table is made, this like part right here is maybe the size of the eagle's head. Even like you, if I told you jump up and stand on this table right here, you'd be like, whatever, no big deal.
But
you know, it's
we
not,
all understand how
when
that
you
works.
have, you know, I'm able to ride a bike on a sidewalk without ever thinking I'm going to veer off and you know, hit the grass.
Right.
But if you put that over the Grand Canyon,
Yeah, put a floating sidewalk above
I'd
the
be
Grand
fucking-
Canyon. You would lose 9 out of 10 people easy.
Yes.
Even though they would never.
Yeah.
Well, that made the point. So, so we're on 61 checking out the Eagles, and then that's when Moses said to me, "I think we go higher today." I'm like, "What? Now what?"
Yeah, so we get up to the crown, I guess, and that's where
but
they
how-
have the triangular windows.
Yeah, right. But so we're on 61. I think the elevator ended more or less a little further up, right? But we didn't use elevators at that point. We're just kind of walking the stairs. Where the stairs ends where?
The stairs ends at, I believe, 76. I'm fairly sure is the highest actual floor, and then after
76 stories.
Yeah.
And then after
that's
that,
up
it's
there,
just like ladders, and you got to haul yourself up through a couple of cross beams at times. It's just kind of monkeying around.
I'm not going to lie to you. We were in a certain area around 76, I'll say, and it looked like we were at a dead end. And I was kind of relieved. I was like, all right, good. I got some cool footage. I know I got a video or two out of this day. Let's get the fuck out of here. And then, of course, this guy always is trying to, the little I know about you, but I figured it out. He's just like, no, man, I can't give up now. I'm here. I got to see if there's anything else I could do before I, call it a day. And he did a couple moves that I was just like, what the fuck? And next thing you know, well, his head is popping over the side going, hey, meet me over here. I'll just say that. I'll let
But
you
I
in.
mean,
And that was the floor where my video starts, where now we have to climb the ladders.
I mean, I'm an okay climber, but I'm not a professional rock climber or anything, Like, I'm fairly in shape and can make a couple moves, but, like, I've been places, like, I was with my friend Timmy O'Neill, who's a really great professional rock climber, and he's, like, I've been when I'm with him, where he's just, like, boop, 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 climbing around buildings and shit, and I'm just like, ah! But it's just, he knows he can do it. He's comfortable with it, so I don't freak out.
Some people have. How do they access some of those antennas and electronics up there for maintenance?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? All of these places are places that human beings have to go for maintenance, for repair, for whatever like that. So there's always a way to get there.
Yeah.
But I have a friend of mine also who works on telephone repair, and it's the same. He's always telling me I should go be a telephone pole repairman or something like that, or a cell phone antenna repairman.
Yeah, you're not scared of heights at all, huh?
Not really. I'm pretty good with heights. I mean, it doesn't freak me out now.
Well, thanks to you, I now get anxiety because
I feel so bad. I didn't know.
I'm not even joking.
Didn't know I was.
No, I was never that guy. But since I filmed you on the Eagle, I've just seen you. I'll tell you to your face. I've seen you fall a million times as I'm trying to go to sleep at night.
All right.
I just see how it could have easily happened.
Has this affected his perforence at work in the mornings? Is he all right?
No, I think he's okay. But
no, it's not that bad. But I just see
it's
it.
reason number 20 that he can't sleep.
So Hidden Cities, man. We haven't really talked about the book, so I'm going to take us through the book a little bit.
All right. So it's Hidden Cities. It's available in bookstores everywhere, on the internet, all like that. And it's just a memoir of me adventuring around the world, trying to go places I want to go, see things I want to see. It starts in about 2005 is when I started to really get into this. I went around a bunch of places with my buddy Steve Duncan, who's a really, really great photographer, and you should check out his website too, undercity.org.
Go there, please.
So it's the kind of thing where we started going to France was the first place abroad we went. We went to Italy.
So you got a lot of money?
No, I travel really cheap. So everybody asked me this, right? I was working as a double-decker tour bus guide when I did all this stuff.
Right.
Hustling for $20 an hour on the tours, $10 an hour if you're waiting for tours.
Right.
So I travel really cheap. It doesn't cost any money to sleep in a tunnel.
Right.
And it's the kind of thing where when you're a tour guide, there's high season and low season. So we did most of these trips in the winter, like in February when there's no tourists. Money is not, like, you can travel cheap nowadays. Time is harder than money. Getting the time to do this stuff is the challenge.
All right, so you go to France and Italy.
Yeah, we went to France, we went to Italy, Naples, and Rome. We went to Sweden, London, Russia. Russia was the scariest, man. We almost got arrested in Russia. That was probably the scariest moment I've ever had in my life. Yeah, we're in Russia, right? And we meet some local Russian kids. And for those of you who don't know, the Russians are the craziest motherfuckers in the world.
Well, we see their videos.
Exactly.
Where they hang and do their push-ups and pull-ups, I should say. And
it's the kind
hanging
of
with one arm. 1,000 feet off the ground.
Somebody tweeted, they were like, me is less than these guys is less than every Russian teenager. And I was just like, that is so true.
Yeah, some of that shit where they're just hanging.
Yeah, you weren't trying to say you were...
That's crazy.
You weren't trying to say that you were better than these guys. They're on a whole nother trip.
Yeah, they're on some crazy
what are they
stuff.
thinking? He's doing pull-ups from an I-beam. That's just, you fall, you're just dead.
Yep.
How do they get up there? They just they don't give a fuck in Russia. They let the kids go wherever the hell they want, huh?
Pretty much. There's some great videos of them. There's these 7 buildings called the Seven Sisters in Moscow that are topped by stars, like the Red Communist Star.
Yeah.
And they one of their games is to try to get to the top of all 7 of the stars. They have videos like reach for the star number 2, number 3. I don't know if they've gotten up all 7. But anyway, so we're in Russia, and we're hanging out with these Russian guys. And oh, good Lord, I'm watching
this guy was. Sam looked away. He's on a high beam. About how many feet would you say that offhand?
Oh, a few hundred at least.
Yeah,
500-600 feet maybe.
Definitely, you're dead.
I think that,
and he's doing pull-ups and he's letting go. As you
in
pull up, he
between.
lets go for a split second.
Oh wait, is that the top of the Moscow Bridge in Kiev?
Is it?
I don't know, but no, it's not. There was this one bridge we climbed in Kiev, and we kind of went the easy way. We went inside and up to the top, and I was feeling all cool with myself. And then later, I see this video of this 15-year-old Russian girl who climbed up the stay cables and did it the insane way in the middle of the day. And I'm
holy shit!
Well, I'm not cool.
Them Russian broads.
Yeah. So anyway, we're in Russia.
They later use that talent for stripper poles. Climb right up them stripper poles. Love them Russians.
And we decide to go in a tunnel. We decide to go in the underground Neglinka River, which Moscow was formed at the intersection of the Moscow River and the Neglinka River, and then they put the Neglinka River underground. So we decide to go through the Neglinka River, and we're out kind of at the outskirts of the ring road, and we pop a manhole, and the guy we're with is dressed in this semi-official looking vest, and I'm like, is this cool? Are people going to stress? And he's like, no. The only time people care about anything is by the Kremlin with the special government police. And we're like, okay, fine. So we go down into the tunnel, and we're walking along, and it's, I think, maybe a couple of miles. And we get to the end, and we've walked right under Red Square.
Come on.
I swear to God.
That's Mission Impossible shit.
So we're under Red Square. We come to the outflow, and it's kind of raining a little bit, just a little bit. And for those of you contemplating draining or going underground or whatever, the number one cardinal rule is do not go in drains if it's raining or gonna rain, because you will completely die.
Really?
Yeah, because everything, even if it's only a little trickle, everything that hits cement is eventually going to roll into the gutter and then go into a small drain and then go into the big collector drain where you are.
Man.
So, your drain is, let's say, 8 feet by 8 feet. That is not large enough to handle the runoff for an area of acres around you that's coming at you. So if you're in a drain when it rains, you're just, the water level just
up
zoom
fast.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
we start to kind of freak out. We're like, we got to get out of here. We run back, and the first manhole we come to is right by, I want to say, the Bolshoi Theater. It's the theater that's right by the Kremlin. And the guy we're with is like, okay, this is the worst way to get out, but we're just going to pop the manhole, we're going to scurry out, and we're going to hope nobody's around.
In Russia?
Yeah.
Oh, man, come on.
I can see if it's in, I don't know, Cleveland or something.
Yeah, so we're like, okay.
Fuck.
So we pop the manhole, we scurry out. There's I think that there's 5 or 6 of us. And we're right by this huge statue of Karl Marx. So we go out, we put the thing in the ground, nobody else is around. We're like, thank God, we made it, we're okay. We sit down by the Karl Marx, instead of getting the fuck out of there, which is what you always should do, we just decide to like hang out and be happy with ourselves. And like we're all wearing like rubber boots and hip waders and have like these giant backpacks and tripods hanging off our backpacks and all that thing. So we're just hanging there being happy with ourselves, looking completely ridiculous. Like, why are we dressed like we're going to go fishing in the middle of Red Square? And we just get rolled up on by these three like government police and machine guns and everything. And it was just like the scariest moment of my life.
I imagine those guys are everywhere.
Right.
You can't do anything. Yeah.
So it ended up being cool. You know, the Russian guys talked to him for a while, and eventually they took off. We pretended we didn't, you know, well, we obviously didn't speak Russian, but we also pretended we didn't speak English, and we're just like, oh, no. You know, playing dumb sometimes works, but it was like those 5 minutes between when they rolled up on us and when they left were just like, I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm going to end my life in a Russian prison. Like, what is the point of that?
Like, that could be an interesting exploration.
Yeah, exactly, right?
A gulag.
Locked up abroad.
Yeah, then you do locked up abroad.
So,
that's crazy.
There's so much in the book, but where were some of the coolest places? Some of the ones, some of the highlights that you really were like, holy cow, man.
So I'm going to spoil the end of the book, which I maybe shouldn't do, but the second to last chapter of the book, we're in Egypt, and I really wanted to climb the pyramids and just read the book, but the circumstances didn't allow for it. And it completely grated on me for like 2.5 years, and finally a couple of months ago I went back and did it. So I was, and you know who's doing it now? All the crazy Russian Skywalker climbing guys.
Oh yeah,
are all really into it now.
So obviously you were trying to go legit and climb the pyramids.
What?
No, back then when they said no. Oh, you just couldn't figure out a workaround?
I just bottled it. I just got too scared and just couldn't figure it out and bottled it. Yeah.
So you climbed to the top of one of the pyramids?
Yeah, really fun with a couple of friends.
Isn't that kind of hard because those blocks are pretty fucking?
The climb's pretty easy.
It is.
Yeah, the climb is the.
Oh, that's it right there.
Oh yeah. Oh hey, look at that.
Wow. Oh my God, is that cool? Where's this picture?
That's on Twitter. I think I tweeted it. Yeah, that's my friend. The guy who took it is.
Are you at the top right there?
Yeah. The guy who took it is the guy at the right. That's my friend QX, who's in the book.
How the fuck did you do that?
You just do it. Like all these, like a lot of times people are like, "How did you do that? Is there a secret tunnel? Is there a code or a password or something like that?" And the answer is like, honestly, just the way you think you do it. You know, you just.
Wow.
Sneak in the middle of the night and just do it.
Right.
There's no guards?
I mean, if there are, they're pretty lazy about it. So actually,
how long did that climb take?
Maybe like 20 minutes, I want to say.
Oh, okay. And it was pretty easy, obviously.
I mean, it was exhausting.
Sure.
It was definitely like an exhausting climb, but it wasn't technically difficult now.
Wow. And that's what the top looks like.
The top is covered in scratches. Like
really?
Every square inch of the top is like, you know, Joe was here 1952 or whatever.
No
yeah, like the entire thing. Yeah, because the things are 3,000 years old. You know, there's been a lot of time.
And
you could climb up them until the 80s. Huh. Until the 80s, it was just kind of chill, or maybe, you know, tip the guard something and do it. Mm-hmm. They only started getting uptight about it in the mid 80s. So a lot of this stuff is stuff that 50 years ago or 100 years ago or even 20, 30 years ago is not a big deal, and it's only a big deal now. Like, you could climb the pyramids in the 80s. You could go to the observation deck of the Chrysler Building in the 1940s. Mm-hmm. Like, I sneak into Stonehenge here just after hours, just kind of walked up and hung out at Stonehenge for a little bit.
But what do you see after hours that you don't see during the day?
It's just... You go during the day, you roll up, they send you through the tchotchke shop, you pay 15 quid, you have these ropes, everybody stand behind the ropes taking pictures. If you just go at night, you just do whatever you want. Like, you go there, you walk up the hill, you hang out, you kiss the rock, I don't know. It's just a different experience, you know, it's a different experience.
Right.
But, you know, you could do that, just hang out at Stonehenge 70 years ago. So a lot of this stuff is not new. I mean, I want to stress that. Like, none of this is new or discovery or whatever. A lot of it is just as more and more people travel, as things go on, things become more and more restricted, and this is kind of a response to that restriction. If stuff was more chill, it wouldn't be a big deal.
You think this book is going to fuck it up for others?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't talk about a whole bunch of really like tight stuff in the book. A lot of it takes place between 2005, 2007. And the stories that were crazy to me back in 2006 are not crazy stories so much anymore. I mean, they will be for the reader, but
Sure.
like not for me. So something like going into the catacombs was I was like, wow, this is the craziest thing I've done in my life. I'm flying across the world. I'm going in a hole in the ground. And the catacombs are like Urban Exploration 101, you know?
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
But you could go there on a legit tour, right?
Yeah, you can do a
What do you get
short-
to do differently?
So on a short tour of the catacombs, they take you down. It's a self-guided walking tour. You go down into the tunnels. You walk for about a half a mile or so through the tunnels, and it's where all the bones are. And the bones are like neatly stacked and everything like that. If you just go in a different way through a hatch or a hole in the ground, you've got about 170 miles to navigate. You know, it's not like a one little tunnel with a nice path. It's like playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Holy
You know,
fuck.
it's like you look at the map and you're like literally like, wow, when I was 13, I was a, half-elf mage going through here. It's really crazy. You could spend a week down there easy. And
I didn't
people
realize
have.
it was so big.
Yeah, no, it's gigantic.
Or expansive.
It runs almost from the Seine to the southern border of Paris. Like, it runs almost entirely under the 14th arrondissement. Like, you can walk... we actually, my friend Steve organized a trip where we tried to walk underground underneath Paris, like underneath the entire city of Paris. So you can get from the southern border to almost the Seine. Like, you can walk the entire South Bank in the catacombs, and then we did sewers for the north
But how
part.
do you guys figure out where to pop out? That's just knowledge that's been passed around.
That's
obviously.
like, you got to know some folks sometimes to figure that
Because
stuff
this is
out,
like an
yeah.
underground culture where you guys,
Very much, yeah.
share information. You got a little something about New York. I'm going to trade for a little something about Sweden or whatever, right?
It's I would call it a network.
Right.
Like with the guy who climbed the pyramids with, he lives in Paris, and whenever I go over there, we always hang out and see stuff, and we hang out and see stuff when he comes over here. A lot of it are traveling Australians. Australians have these like magic abilities to live anywhere and go anywhere. I don't know. But yeah, it's like a worldwide network, and you know some people, and some people know some other people, and there you go.
You ever get arrested?
I got arrested in France once, actually. It's the first story in the book. We climbed up we were just boozed, man. It's like half of these adventures are just like you're boozed and you're like, well, it seems like a good idea at the time. So we're in France, we're super boozed. This French guy we were with is like, hey, do you want to go climb a church? And we're like, sure, we're up for climbing a church. And like, we cross the river, and I'm like, I think the church he's talking about is the fucking Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's...
So it's just...
Fuck.
So we're just there, and we just monkey it. Like, they've got these little scaffolding things, and we fit a couple of them together, and we're rattling like crazy. And, we get up a couple of the terraces, and, like, we just kind of, like, finagle our way up. And, it's one of those things where, like, looking back on it, I don't know how it took so long for us to get arrested. But at the time, I was like, it's France. It'll be fine. Nobody will notice. But it was a very chill experience. France is a little more civilized than some other places, or a little more Latin. So we're just up there. The cops come up. They're like, excuse us, you cannot be here. Take us to the station, which is right across the street. Stick us in a cell, do a little breathalyzer test thing. And then after a couple of hours, they took us into the room. The police chief is there. Police chief is dressed like you. Like,
Not
just
good.
like casual.
Right.
He's like, okay, so did you get good pictures? We're like, I was freaked because, like, I watch cop shows. I'm not answering questions or anything. And I'm just like, he's like, kind of rolls his eyes at me. He has a piece of paper. He's like, okay, so listen, you're a tourist. You're taking pictures. You don't know you can't climb cathedral. You're very sorry. You don't do it again. Here, sign this. You go away. And I was like,
wow.
In America, I'm not signing anything
Right.
a cop puts in front of me and it's like, sign this, But France, it's just France. It's just a little more chill. So I was like, all right. And he's like, he takes his pen, he gets up, takes his pen, walks out of the door and just goes, voila, like that.
Just throws
just throws it over his shoulder. And I was like, wow, they would not do that if they caught me climbing St. Patrick's Cathedral.
Probably didn't talk to the police. It's just some assholes that want to fuck with you.
Yeah, so that happened in France. And yeah, that was, I got called in once here in New York, but I got out in a couple of hours. That was an interesting experience. That's about it. Nothing serious.
What was the one in New York?
I just got caught, like, not even anything real, just like kind of on the wrong side of a fence. It really should be like not a big deal. But for whatever reason, they were uptight about it. So they took us in. They got us out in like 2 or 3 hours, but it was just an interesting experience. Like, I'd never been in a New York City jail or anything. So I was like, all right, well, we'll find out what this is like. So, I just got thrown in with essentially like the local knuckleheads for a few hours. And it was, just seeing that side of life. And, the thing I took out of it is just like, nobody was in there for anything real. People were in there for like, I got an open container, or like I was smoking weed, or like, just piddly garbage things that it's like, and they all, like one of the guys got collared for an open container, and he had an outstanding summons for riding his bike on the sidewalk. And, they sent him through the system, like 24 hours in jail without, like, just disappeared. And it's just like, so a lot of folks in there were just in there on like garbage stuff, and it's like ruins your whole next day, get an arrest record. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, that's a little out of control,
right?
Like, in my opinion.
Now, you said that the best place you like to be is on top of a bridge in New York City.
Yeah, or any city, actually.
How many bridges have you been on top of?
Oh, a lot.
Brooklyn Bridge?
Yep.
Manhattan Bridge?
Yep. Williamsburg, Queensboro.
Have you climbed outside?
Yeah, first.
We all see that shit when we're going across bridges, and you always kind of imagine like, it'd be kind of cool to walk up this.
Exactly, man. But
that's where
disappeared, and it's just like, so a lot of folks in there were just in there on like garbage stuff, and it's like ruins your whole next day, get an arrest record. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, that's a little out of control,
right?
Like, in my opinion.
Now, you said that the best place you like to be is on top of a bridge in New York City.
Yeah, or any city, actually.
How many bridges have you been on top of?
Oh, a lot.
Brooklyn Bridge?
Yep.
Manhattan Bridge?
Yep. Williamsburg, Queensboro.
Have you climbed outside?
Yeah, first.
We all see that shit when we're going across bridges, and you always kind of imagine like, it'd be kind of cool to walk up this.
Exactly, man.
But that's where it ends for most people.
Right, but like in Sydney, Australia, they have a bridge climb, and it's enormously popular. It does like $16 million of business a year or something.
Right.
Like, everybody goes. It's like so cool. And the Sydney Harbor Bridge is probably the most famous landmark on the continent, So it's something where people are like, why do you want to do that? And I'm like, don't you want to do that? And they're like, well, yeah, of course. And I'm like, well, then you answered your own question. So I would love it if they could do, the equivalent of a Sydney Harbor Bridge climb on the Queensboro or the
I've said that too.
Yeah, I think it would make a ton of money and be great for the city.
No shit. But how do you get
climbing on the outside of the bridge?
However they would.
Well,
do
that's
it,
how they do it in Sydney, though.
Yeah, they do it in Sydney.
It's amazing.
Tells me there's not many lawyers in
I know.
Australia.
This is the kind of thing where if you have like the will to figure it out, like you can get around the lawyer stuff. Like, I'm a firm believer that the people make the decisions and then tell the lawyers to make it work.
What I don't understand about climbing bridges outside like that is, with all the cars going by, how the fuck do you get away with that?
I haven't climbed a bridge in a while, actually. Definitely, in a while.
Because they're absolutely watching bridges around New York City these days.
Folks.
But you have to go over that first fence, the one fence that, people go, all right, I got to climb over that, and then maybe fall into the fucking river, and then I get on that thing, and then I go up.
Well, if you don't, it takes a little bit of monkeying around.
Fuck.
Takes a little bit of monkeying around, but sometimes it's worth it, because being on top of a bridge is the most amazing experience, because like you get two different views, you get two different experiences. Like, you've been to Long Island City or Williamsburg, and you're looking across the river at the skyline, and that's awesome. And you've been up to like the Empire State Building or whatever, and you're looking down on the city, and that's also awesome. If you're on top of a bridge, you get those two things at once. You get like the vertical separation and the horizontal separation. It's this totally unique view. And plus, like, you're by yourself, you're on top of a bridge. It's like a really great experience.
Jeez. Well,
Why are you guys shaking your heads at me?
I'll drive on the bridge.
No, I think
I like that.
I absolutely think it's cool. It's just like crazy. There's one other. You ever have a near miss where you had a little slip besides falling in the hole at the courthouse?
No, I've been pretty good. So, like getting arrested, getting hurt, all of that stuff, all comes from just like getting too happy with yourself and not paying attention. It doesn't come from like I've never had a
forgetting your flashlight.
But I've never had a near
checking the
miss.
batteries.
Well, we were all right though. We ended up okay. It was only I only fell in a hole once. But it all comes from not paying attention. So the times when I've ever been in like had any kind of slips or near misses have always been with stuff I was comfortable with and just got too comfortable with it and did stop paying attention. All the crazy stuff where I'm like really hyper alert and really like in the zone and focused, I've always been okay with.
Right. Okay. And finally, Ant brought this to my attention the other day that someone climbed up the World's Fair. What is that called?
The observation towers.
Oh, yeah.
The observation towers at the World's Fair. There was a video recently. Was it a video, Ant, or picture?
Pictures in his story.
Yeah.
He used a grappling hook to get up there because he couldn't.
Is that Steve's old story that you found on the website?
Might
It might have been because I remember he had. I mean, that's got to be from like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
but
I think it was.
I really like that story. I've always.
It was
liked
a good
that
one.
story.
He's at night. He's trying to throw the grappling hook, and it's going clang, clang on the ground.
Yeah, that's Steve's story.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But that's from like I think 10 years ago or like a while ago.
And you've been up there too, you said, right?
Yeah, I was up there once. Not too long after that. Probably like 6 or 7 years ago. Oh no, I take it back. I was up there twice. We rappelled off of there once just for fun.
Wow, really?
Yeah, just off of the lower deck, not off of the super high deck.
And you were telling me the stairs are all gone, right?
The stairs are like super rusty and like. Oh, you got the picture? Yeah, you can kind of see.
Yeah, no real treads on the stairs. They're just you got to kind of walk up on the rails that the treads used to be on, and that's all rusted.
That's actually one of the better ones.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
How do you get back down? It's
Same way you get up. Although
I know, but it just seems easier to climb up than when you're seeing like it's, a lot of stairs missing and it's time to climb down, and that seems almost scarier.
Climbing down is always easier for me because I'm already in the zone and like
Right.
it's less. I don't have to like get hyped up for it. They did renovate the tower a couple of years ago, so they might have.
Yeah, they
fixed the
painted
stairs.
it or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember that.
But I mean, that's another place like. Throw in a new staircase and let people up there again. I mean, seriously, it's a great view.
Yeah, people would pay.
Yeah, definitely.
People would pay to see this shit. Cool.
I just find it so funny that like you can't do anything in the city, so I can't imagine them allowing you to do anything that would be fun.
But there's been a lot of stuff that's gotten reopened because you have folks who go there kind of guerrilla style, take pictures, people get into it. The High Line, like the High Line was this beautiful old abandoned rail line, got a lot of attention from people just walking on it, taking pictures, and now it's redeveloped. Another one is the old City Hall station, like this beautiful, beautiful old abandoned subway station underneath City Hall. That's one that now they open for tours. You got to join the Transit Museum, but you can go on a tour like
you can
2 or
finally
3
go and
times
check
a
it
year.
out.
Yeah. So I think that like once interest in this stuff becomes known, people, and it's known that, hey, you can do tours, you can make a buck.
Right.
Stuff happens and stuff gets opened. Like, I love abandoned observation decks, and they reopened the Rockefeller Center observation deck was abandoned for 20 years before they reopened it.
And you fool around with the subways where you got to, like, time out the trains going by and shit?
Yeah, I haven't been in the subways for a minute either. I don't I mean, that one is like, if you have the urge to go, you're not going to get talked out of it. If you don't have the urge to go, you're not going to get talked into it. I feel like it's just one of those things some people really are into. But I haven't been in a minute, so.
And that's to go see the abandoned subway stations?
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in the subways.
See any of the big rats down there?
No, see, the thing is, everybody always asks me about rats in tunnels. Rats live where there's food, and there's food where there's people. So most of the rats in the subway stations are actually in the stations because that's where people are and throw their garbage and stuff like that. They're not in the tunnels because there's no food in the tunnels. I have run into rats in the London sewers, though, and it was really gross.
How big?
Oh, like
someone apparently cracked a rat.
Big and like a nice colony.
Remember that? Someone cracked a rat.
You let a nervous fart out, Moses?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't get nervous.
Who farted?
I don't know, but wow.
Sam?
No.
Sam, is that you?
I'm a lady.
That's terrible.
Very cool. Well, Moses, I think the book's going to do very well. I want to have you back because there's so much more we want to cover. Like, people want to, talk about their cities and stuff like that.
Yeah, because every city has cool stuff to see, definitely.
I go to Rochester a lot, and I know, not a lot, once or twice a year, but they have an abandoned subway system up there.
Yeah, I've never been. I would love to go. I
was reading some articles on it. It's pretty damn cool what they were talking about. I would love to see it.
There's an abandoned subway system it's actually not abandoned. It was built and never used in Cincinnati also. So there's...
Why did they never use it?
I don't know the entire story behind it. I know that, they had constructed it, and then I think they ran out of funding or something like that. I don't know the entire story behind it. I just know there's this entire system. In Antwerp, there's a system that was built and not used.
Wow.
Also, wherever you are, any city in the world, there's, stuff to see.
Have you gone deep underground in New York where the, what are they called? The mud, where they're drilling...
what do they call them?
Oh, are you talking like the 2nd Avenue subway?
No, even deeper than that. For the
City water tunnel number 3? No, I've never been. So
yeah, they call the workers like mud rats or mud fucking...
I forgot now.
Sandhogs.
Sandhogs, of course. Sandhogs.
So sandhogs are heroes of all of ours. We think sandhogs are like the coolest people in the world. So they're digging a bunch of tunnel projects. They're digging a new tunnel to Grand Central. They're digging the 2nd Avenue subway. They were doing the West Side line, extending the number 7 line. They're doing City Tunnel number 3. So there's a lot of tunnels. And the MTA especially has been good about letting engineering students on tours and things for educational purposes and stuff. So I've gotten to go to a couple of them just on official tours.
Is it cool?
It's super cool, man. And it's the kind of thing where, I was on the one where they're digging the tunnel to Grand Central, and I was like, why don't you do these tours all the time? And the guy was just like, we got a tunnel to dig, man.
No
we can't,
right, no kidding.
All right, fair enough, But, that's another thing, so many people are interested in it, and I think they could, definitely take, you can't do it 24/7, but they could certainly take more folks down there. The City Water Tunnel number 3 I've never been to. I'd really like to go on an excursion in there.
Very good. All right. We're going to have Moses back, but his book is called Hidden Cities. Moses NYC on Twitter. But Hidden City, when does the book come out? Tomorrow?
No, man. The book dropped last Thursday in bookstores now. Check it out.
Yeah, so check it out in all the usual places. But Hidden Cities, a whole bunch of stories from around the world, really.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, Cairo, Moscow, London, Stockholm, New York, a bunch of places. Sao Paulo.
We got to get back out there and do another something.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll see where to go. There's a few places.
Yeah, but now the book's out, the spotlight's going to be on you for a little while.
I might lay low for a minute, yeah.
You probably should lay low. Yeah. That would be a good catch. That'd be a good catch for New York City.
I disagree. It all comes out of a place of love, and I think it's pretty obvious.
Very cool. All right, Moses. Moses Gates, like I said, Moses NYC on Twitter. Hidden Cities, travels to the secret corners of the world's great metropolises, a memoir of urban exploration. All right, man. Thanks, Moses.
All right, thanks for having me on.
And I think that's it for today, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
Fuck. The Opie and Anthony show is pretty much over. Pretty much over. This show will be available later today with SiriusXM On Demand. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Oh, yeah. Every after show starts like this now.
Jump cut outside.
Plannings.
Okay.
Direction. Every single after show now, it starts with you planning your next little Kubrickian work.
What?
Every after show, it starts with you planning your next movie.
I was having a meeting with my...
Terrible, by the way. I watched a little bit of it.
What movie?
The Kubrick documentary, Room 237 or whatever.
Yeah.
Horrible.
We talked about it on our show, how bad it is. I was having a meeting with my executive producer of the Elevator Show.
I know who Troy is.
No,
you don't. I understand.
You can't just say Troy anymore. Troy Kwan, executive producer of Opie's Elevator Show.
I don't even think the Elevator Show's not even
some
like
respect.
Well, it's not a real show. It can't.
You watch.
Yeah, it is.
It is, dude?
It's an internet sensation.
Are you getting the
What?
EP salary? though, like on this.
Well, we haven't got there yet with that, but it's, we're just.
I gave him some pocket money.
I'm sorry.
It's starting off slow. We're on a we don't have much of a budget for the show yet.
You haven't exactly said. Why not? Why don't you have much of a
Because
budget
we're
for the
just
show?
starting out, man.
Why don't you open them pockets of yours?
Seinfeld started out as a dumb pilot.
Yeah, but said his executive producer was getting paid.
Yeah,
Not really,
he had
not
Richard
much.
Branson backing him.
Did he?
No.
So we
Well, then
got
why'd
to
you
go
say
film.
that?
We have to film something now for the drumming episode, and then we got to figure out something for this week to film.
When Moses said, one of my favorite spots to be is on top of a bridge.
Yeah.
I was like, what? That would probably be my least favorite spot to be. I can't imagine.
I'd go there in a second.
You would go up on top of a
I'd be
bridge.
scared, and I'd have to kind of like assess the situation. But yeah, in a second.
You know what else I was thinking of? When Moses was telling all the stories about like almost getting busted in Russia and the Parisian police taking him and everything, I was thinking, after everything that he's been through, imagine if he had known that Sal was scared when building security stopped him for the drums on the elevator. It's funny.
All right, we got stuff to do. This is not important to me.
What, the radio show?
Yeah, we got to do the
your
elevator
channel and wait, all of you.
I'm taking the whole crew.
What are you doing?
So you got to talk by yourself today.
So Roland's going and Troy's going and Sal's going and you're going.
Yeah, I got a special assignment for Roland, and me and Troy and Sal are doing kind of a wraparound.
The fuck, the things we do for YouTube hits.
Well,
for your numbers.
You got this. Talk to yourself.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to the audience.
Matter of fact, I gotta check my numbers.
You haven't checked your numbers.
Well, now I gotta like retweet all the videos with Moses Gates. So
Right.
give me some numbers today.
Right. All right.
We'll be back, Sam. Don't worry.
We'll go do. I'm not worried. I don't need any of you. Not one of yous.
Give me a carrot cake.
Especially not you, Roland, you piece of shit. Why don't you go down there, suck some dick, kick some ass, eat some...
I will for carrot cake. I'll take a dick.
What? Did you hear that in there, Eric?
No, I was dealing with something else.
What were you dealing with?
I was talking with Fez.
What were you guys talking about?
Going over the show.
Oh, just filling him in?
Yep.
Roland just said he would suck some dick for carrot cake.
I'm sure he would.
He probably would. Joe in Tennessee, what did you learn on today's Opie and Anthony show?
I learned that the name Greg Opie Hughes doesn't mean shit in Philadelphia.
Why do you say that? Because he couldn't get in?
Yep. If he'd have mentioned the name Primetime Sam Roberts, he may have got a table.
That's right. I go to any sushi place I want to in Philadelphia.
That's right.
All right.
Have a good day.
All right, you too. Yeah, the big war between Morimoto and Budokan. Who knew Opie was so wrapped up in this sushi stuff that he would go to war over mistreatment at a restaurant? My God, I mean, Eric, I know you hold dear the way you're treated in restaurants because you're the guy there.
5-star.
Right. You're walking in like, look at me. You know how much I'm going to be spending? And they're like, and if they're not treating you well,
Yeah,
fuck out of here.
exactly.
You know,
Not a big sushi guy, though.
you're not?
I know it's big business and a lot of people love it, but I've tried. I really have tried, and I just can't get into it.
Why not?
I don't know. Certain seafood especially raw seafood, just doesn't do it for me.
Just disagrees with you?
No, I don't enjoy the taste of it.
Oh, it's not back to the shitting problem?
No.
Oh. So you're not the type that's going to go on a raw diet anytime soon?
You're funny.
I felt like E-Rock yesterday because I was just all sandwiches all the time. I had a delicious BLT for lunch and then a nice chicken cutlet with mozzarella for dinner.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean it was just sandwiches yesterday.
That's great.
Did you have a sandwich weekend?
Did I have a sandwich weekend? Friday night I tried a new Italian place.
Yeah.
And I had a meatball parmesan on garlic bread.
You had the whole sandwich on garlic bread?
Yeah.
On Friday night?
Friday night.
Did you make out with your wife after?
No, I don't know. She had her friends over. She was pretty gone at that point.
She didn't want anything to do with you?
No, they were just drinking and talking and whatever.
And so you were like, fuck this. I'm going to enjoy a loaf of garlic bread.
Oh, yeah.
The least attractive thing you wake up in the morning and you're having your little garlic belches.
I do brush my teeth before going to bed and after I wake up.
Dude, it's a loaf of garlic bread.
I know.
Well,
it's a sandwich.
How big is a sandwich? It's not a roll, is it? Yeah.
It's like a foot long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a loaf of garlic bread.
It's delicious.
I would imagine. Bobby the Champ.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Opie's kind of shooting himself in the foot, sort of, because Budokan and Morimoto are the same restaurant group, Star Restaurants.
So, they're
owned by the same people.
So he was over here shit-talking Morimoto and singing the praises of Budokan.
Yeah, but it's just the same people.
He might as well have been shitting on Taco Bell and talking about how great KFC was.
Yep, basically.
That's hilarious, dude. How do you know so much about restaurants?
I don't know if I know as much as Roland, but I do my thing, especially in New York.
You're a little bit of a foodie yourself?
Yeah, I got one for Roland. Chez Sardine, a new place in the Village. Where
they sell sardines?
Say again?
Sardines?
Chez Sardine.
Mm.
And it's like sushi-ish. It's very cool.
What do you think of the tuna sushi pizza idea? Did you hear that? Opie wants to do... First of all, we went from, like, beer and... tequila and donuts to now we want to try, like, raw tuna sushi pizza?
I mean, I would eat it.
You're getting a little hoity-toity, no?
Yeah, and especially in the morning. I don't know if that's
it's not a great idea.
Morning dish.
No. All right, Bobby.
All right, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Be good.
Would you try any of that tuna sushi pizza, Eric?
I would try it. I don't think I would like it.
And I don't even eat pepperoni on my pizza,
But I
so
would
I will stay away from that. Do you think that would result in the pizza problem, or you'd be okay?
Yeah, pizza problem's gone.
Because of your medication?
Yeah.
You're taking pills so all the shit comes out a little better?
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess if you want to put it that way, but it's the way my stomach processes it.
If you want
a
to
lot
be,
better.
if you want to be so blunt and uncouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, you got to treat yourself well. That includes your insides and your outside, Eric.
Always.
You what?
Always be treating.
Oh no, I didn't say you treat yourself.
ABT. New T-shirt.
Always be treating. I said treat yourself well, not treat yourself.
Oh.
And that includes hygiene. That includes not only brushing your teeth. Like you have a little, I don't even want to say a 5 o'clock shadow anymore. You got a nice stubble going.
Well, I ran out of razors yesterday.
You did?
Yes.
And you're not going to reach in the garbage and zombie out your face with some old razor, right?
No, and I had a family event to go to, and I looked quite the fool.
Did anybody make fun of you?
No, nobody made fun of me.
But still, they were talking about you behind your back, like, Jesus Christ, Eric has really let himself go.
No, there was a couple others who had the same issue, except I was the one who had the in-laws saying, what the hell, you look like shit.
Well, see, you run a very delicate line because of, certain other things. Like, you run that delicate line of you're very close to looking like shit at any given moment.
Yes.
So if you don't shave or you don't comb your hair right, you're in shitsville.
Yes, but I clean up very well.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right. You know you have to clean up. I mean, how much, Eric, you're a rich man, but even you,
yeah.
How much are you paying in razors a month that you could just let it, fall by the wayside like this?
You know what, Sam? Too much nowadays.
Yeah.
Because the pack of razors, I think, is over $20.
And it's how much?
Over $20.
Is that in pesos? And you're doing this every... No, okay. And you're doing this... I don't know why I thought it was. You're doing this every month for the rest of your life? That's insane. This, right here, my friends, is your Dollar Shave Club moment. It's time for you to join all the After Opie and Anthony Live listeners who've discovered DollarShaveClub.com. Listen, this is what all the buzz is about. It's like found money. All us guys want is a great shave without shelling out $20 month after month. Dollar Shave Club is genius. You'd be crazy not to do this. You send them a couple bucks a month, and they're going to deliver amazing quality razor blades right to your door. You save a fortune, and you always have fresh blades on hand. Eric, you could have used this.
I could have had my Dollar Shave Club moment.
Right.
And I didn't.
Now you're having it. Join the rest of the After Opie and Anthony Live listeners and get a great shave and keep your cash at DollarShaveClub.com. DollarShaveClub.com. That's DollarShaveClub.com. Eric, how do you think Denny did filling in for you as the Worst of the Week countdown host?
I think he did good.
Yeah.
But I do agree with you that he's not used to speaking professionally longer than 11 to 15-second bursts.
Well, yeah, I mean, his voice started to drop out as soon as you get that initial burst of energy.
You want to get him in here to talk about it, or?
I don't know if we're allowed.
Okay.
I hope he's really worried about burning him out.
Gotcha, okay.
You get that initial burst of energy, and that burst of energy is going to be enough to take you to the start of the song.
You know, that initial burst of energy is going to be enough to carry you over the intro music and get you to where the lyrics are starting.
Plus, the music energizes you.
Right. It's enough to get you to the post. But once that's done, especially if you take away the music, there's not a lot going on. Do you have a... Let me hear...
I think you have the disc in front of you, don't you?
No, they already took them away.
All right, hold on. Let me pull them up.
Let me hear the clip of him in one of his radio lessons. He was, of course, Denny, our old school radio guy. That's, I don't know, he's gotten 3 or 4 segments over the course of about a week. He's really taken the world by storm here on the Opie and Anthony show. And we had him host the Worst of the Week countdown.
Which one do you want, the highlighter one?
No, give me the other one. Because this one includes a lesson on radio history. This is what he sounded like all weekend long.
Was that the closer?
No. That was...
Then I don't know which one it is.
Well, how many are between the highlighter and the closer?
Let's see. Highlighter is here. 4.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Just give me the highlighter then.
Okay. All right. This is the highlighter.
Okay.
The Worst of the Week countdown continues.
Hey, this is Dennis Falcone, your old school radio pal, back here on the Worst of the Week countdown. Still to come, Opie's wacky elevator stuff. Opie's wacky elevator stuff. So nice we say it twice. Also, Jim Norton's got some great ideas for some reality shows. Let's take a listen, shall we?
I must have that mislabeled.
I guess so, Eric.
You had it right on the CD. I just had it wrong in here.
Well, we can always count on Sal. You, not so much. But you could hear it even in that. Like, it's a little rough with the... And you know what? This was his first time doing something like this. So you got to give him a little bit of slack. He's used to being able to script things out very well. He really didn't do much scripting. We gave him the notes on what the bits were going to be and what he was going to be playing and exactly what he had to do. But then I was just in there with him saying kind of, you know, put it in your own words. And he would just go off the cuff, and it's just not... He's not used to it. What do you got for me?
I'm looking for the highlighter one.
Let's go to Clinton, Alabama.
Hey, guys, I'm sorry to bother you, but on the subject of voices, E-Rock, I heard a Southern New Hampshire University commercial last night, and I swear it sounded like it was you. I tried to look it up, but I couldn't find it. But it's a brand-new commercial for their online university, and it did sound like it was you. Was that you?
If E-Rock's getting voiceover work and not sharing it with me, I'll be very pissed off. Are you the voice of Southern New Hampshire University?
And a new soft drink coming out.
Both of those?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you share some of the work with me?
Why would I?
Because you don't need the cash.
I can always use the cash.
God damn it. What's the new soft drink coming out?
It hasn't come out yet. I'm allowed to talk about it.
Oh, my God.
It's orange.
Mongo the trucker.
Didn't he break one of his own rules and touch a hot mic? I clearly heard a squeak in that.
That was me moving my mic. I left my mic on. I'm not the professional that Denny is. Why do you have to be here to call me out on my shit, Mongo?
Hey, you know, you want to see professional?
Yeah.
Go to YouTube and look up Mongo the Trucker Cribs. You'll see very professional filming by the one and only Struff.
Oh, my God. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but I'll let you guys have your fun. What's the YouTube channel?
It's Mongo the Trucker on Cribs. You'll see my luxurious apartment that I live in.
Okay, look it up. I can't wait to see it. Thank you, Mongo.
Yep.
Oh, my. Did you find the, either one of the highlighter clip or the explaining radio?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Oh, my God. How could it be this complicated? I don't want to spend this amount of time on stupid Denny. Let me go to Marshall in Texas then. Marshall.
Sammy, you're living the dream, man. You're living the dream.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you for reminding me. Sometimes I need that. It feels more like a nightmare at moments.
It's just because of the lack of money or respect. But you're a hell of a talent.
Thanks.
Eric is just a slobby, garlicky, chunky. Like, he just doesn't care at all, does he?
No, he doesn't have a lot of passion, but I wasn't going to call him slobby and garlicky.
I can just imagine with his, sloppy haircut and his crappy, cheesy clothes and his bad breath. Why would a woman deal with that?
I don't know. Eric, are you hearing this?
I'm hearing it. It's completely wrong.
Sammy,
Yeah.
Sudoku me, man.
All right, you win a Sudoku for your prized comments. I think I have one in the office. I'm going to put you on hold.
Okay, thank you.
Opie did not get to complete his Sudoku today because we had Moses in here. Moses, the urban explorer who did the video. You remember the video that Opie posted with, it was him. Moses was the guy losing his mind who went up on the Chrysler Building. I was looking up the videos while they were talking, while they were doing the interview today. I was looking up the videos of those Russian kids that, like, they climb these giant structures and literally they go out on these I-beams that are sticking out stories and 30 stories up in the air.
You just see forests down below it.
I mean, it's the height of a skyscraper, and there's an I-beam sticking out with nothing around it, and they're climbing out, holding on to the I-beam, and then jumping and letting go, jumping and letting go. They could be dead.
I think the ones that have died, you don't see those videos because they were probably confiscated.
There have to be videos of Russian kids dying from climbing up high things, because the amount of Russian kids that climb this shit it's awe-inspiring. It's mind-blowing. Huh, you got that Denny clip?
Yeah, I have him teaching a radio lesson.
All right, you just give me that one then.
Hey, this is the Worst of the Week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel. Welcome back. My name is Dennis Falcone, your old-school radio broadcaster, and I hope you are enjoying yourself. And I say you because radio is a personal medium, so we speak one-on-one. So if you're enjoying this, call up another buddy and let's get together and enjoy more of the countdown. And speaking of professional broadcasters, boy, he has talked to them all. He's interviewed them all. It's James Lipton in studio with the boys.
See, Eric, when you do the countdown, you never give people a lesson.
No.
People don't learn anything.
I yell at them.
Why? Why do you have such disdain?
I don't know. It's like, yeah, you're listening to this. This is what's going on, and I just gave away the whole plot to the bit. So
you
there
do
you go.
that.
Enjoy.
Why do you still do that?
No, once you pointed it out, I stopped doing it.
Oh.
But then there's certain times where I'll blatantly say it and said, yes, I'm spoiling this for you.
It's your natural, it's weird because your natural instinct, you have to stop yourself, is to, when you intro something, tell the beginning, middle, and end of it. Like Dennis was just on there going, hey, James Lipton in studio. He's interviewed them all. Here he is with the boys. You would have to be like, James Lipton was in studio with the guys. He's on Inside the Actors Studio. He came in, he told a whole bunch of stories.
And then he left.
No, and then you say, one was about when he was a pimp in France, and he told the whole story. He told us he'd never said it before. Here's what it sounded like. Well, I just heard you explain what he says.
Look, I'm saving people time.
That's your instinct, though. And that's not radio training. I don't know where you get that from.
No, I don't know where that came from either.
I think it's.
But once it was pointed out, I really tried to curb that.
I think your natural inclination is that you want to be the guy delivering the news. Like, you want to be where they heard this from. So if you can get the information out real quick before the bit begins, you can get it done, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I think. That way you get a little credit for it. It's not something you're doing sort of consciously, but you want to be the guy to deliver the news. You want to get the credit for that. You want to have given people the scoop.
Sure.
You don't think
Why
so?
not?
You think that's what it is?
I don't think that's what I'm. Well, you said consciously. I don't think that's what I'm trying to do.
Do you get pleasure out of that? Do you get pleasure out of delivering the news?
No, because I race through those things.
No. I mean in general.
Not usually, because then there's a lot of responsibility to the news. So it's just like, I don't want to keep dealing with this. I just told you, move on, take it.
Tim in Alabama.
Slobber!
Is that endearing to you yet, Eric?
No.
Tim.
And that was Roland.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, why wouldn't he come back here and just say it?
I have no idea.
He's a maniac. I got to tell you, you liked 40-Year-Old Virgin, right?
Yeah.
That movie?
I remember.
It was a funny movie. 40-Year-Old Virgin and Knocked Up. That was funny, too. If you like those movies, you're going to love This Is 40. I don't know if you've heard about it, but it's the latest hit comedy from Judd Apatow. This Is 40 looks in on the lives of Pete and Debbie, played by Paul Rudd and Leslie Mann, a few years after the events of Knocked Up. After years of marriage, the couple's struggling to balance romance, careers, their own aging parents, and, of course, their now teenage 8-year-old daughters, all while trying to figure out how to enjoy the rest of their lives. This Is 40 features an all-star cast, including, wait till you hear this, John Lithgow, Megan Fox, Jason Segel, Melissa McCarthy, Lena Dunham, Graham Parker, and Albert Brooks, all in one movie. This Is 40 is an honest, candid, and heartwarming comedy about the challenges and rewards of marriage and parenthood in the modern age. This Is 40 takes us through Pete and Debbie's milestone meltdown as they each turn 40 while trying to navigate sex, romance, career triumphs, financial hardships, and everyday life. This is 40 is a very funny movie. Own it now with digital download or watch it anytime with Movies on Demand 28 days before Netflix or Redbox. Yeah, Netflix, Redbox, behind on shit. Not on demand. So that's going on right now. This is 40. I was watching, Roland is texting. That was Sal that called in and said Slavo.
Wow. Too much attention on Sal today, I guess.
You know what's funny? They don't understand, like, there was no reason to even prank call that in because the phone screen said, I want to talk to Sam about WrestleMania. And I was sitting there going, I don't know if I want to talk about wrestling right now. But, nothing's going on. I guess I'll take it. If the phone screen had said, I would like to yell Slavo loudly into the phone, I'd immediately take the call.
See, that's not helping, because now you're going to get a bunch of those.
To just call in, I'd like to say Slavo very loudly. I was watching, you know what movie I watched?
Les Miserables.
Did you hear what I was talking about it on Sunday?
You said you wish you could sing your tweets.
That's right, yeah. I came away from that movie a changed man. Like, have you seen it?
No.
Well, don't me then, okay? Then you're just being judgmental. Because I put it in. I was talking about this yesterday on the show I do on Sunday afternoons. I put it in thinking, okay, I'm going to watch a movie that Jess enjoys, and I'm going to be a hero. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I enjoyed it way more than she did. Like, from the opening credits until the movie ended, I was enthralled. I was glued to my screen.
What makes it so interesting?
Because it's a great story. Like, I was sitting there, and I was watching it, and I watched all the bonus features at the end, and I go, Jess, this movie was amazing. This movie wasn't even about the French Revolution. I was ready to just sit there and watch these guys sing and be like, why are they wearing those goofy Napoleon hats? But Jess, this was not a story about the French Revolution. This was a story about life. This was a story about the dreams that we begin life with and what becomes of them and what becomes of us as we travel through this journey. And I look over at the couch and Jess is asleep. She wasn't interested in any of this anymore.
She could care less.
She could care less. She was like, yeah, I enjoyed the movie.
But that thing has been notorious as being like a chick play or a chick film, right?
Dude, I got to tell you something. The story's incredible. I don't care.
And it's 3 hours, right?
It's 2.5 hours. I wish it was 3 hours. I could have easily watched another half hour.
Really?
I loved all the songs, but I mean, we've gone over this before. I have a soft spot for a lot of musicals, especially Andrew Lloyd Webber.
No, we've never gone over that.
Remember, I was playing the Cats song over and over again one day?
I thought you were just being a dick.
I love that Cats song.
Oh, I didn't know
It's on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I like musicals. Let's go to some of the phones and see what they're saying. Mike in Philly.
DJ Mike in Philly coming at you.
Lady Trucker.
Eric Slavo, Roland's Blobble.
And you're going to crash.
Mike the Trucker.
What up, Slavo?
Tommy.
Slavo!
Yeah,
see, I mean, I guess they were more focused on the other thing.
No, that was Sal who called. I was like saying an email, then I heard Roland. I go, no, I didn't call this time.
Dude, I was wrong. You were talking about Les Mis, like about how great it was,
Yeah.
and I was like, get the fuck out of here, Roland.
Everybody told me that.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
It was incredible, and I was bummed out. When I left, when I stopped watching the movie. First of all, I'm still thinking about it now, but when I stopped, let's see who's on the hotline.
It's Sal.
Oh, Sal, is this you?
Slavo!
You just wanted to say Slavo. When I stopped watching that movie, I was bummed out. And it wasn't because of what happened to Anne Hathaway. And it wasn't anything to do with Jean Valjean. I was bummed out that wasn't, like, the biggest movie ever. Like, I was sitting there, and I started box office mojoing it. Les Mis only made $150 million.
It is a lot for a musical.
Wait, what?
It is a lot of money for a musical.
Dude, but that was like an epic movie.
Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah.
Like, it should have made more money. Because, I mean, The Hangover made $250 million.
Yeah.
Identity Thief has already made $130 million. And that's, that's nothing.
Yeah.
That's just a dopey comedy. I was watching that movie. That movie was better than Titanic.
Yep.
And Titanic's like the biggest movie of all time.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman kicked ass in this one. That's why I picked Hugh Jackman, because he was so amazing.
He was really good. I mean, and that's the other thing. I was sitting there looking at Jess, and I was like, God damn it. If Daniel Day-Lewis had sat a year out, if he was like, I'm not going to do anything this year, it would have made Wolverine's career.
Or if it was a little bit, if they released Abraham or the Lincoln a little bit earlier, people would have got sick of it because of so much push.
Maybe.
And then it would have been edged out.
But yeah, I mean, that would have been it for Hugh Jackman. It would have made him, it would have taken him to the next level.
Yeah.
I was like, Jess, I couldn't believe this movie. And Jess was like, Sam, I think you might be gay. No, I'm not. That's ridiculous. She was like, we watched it last night, and she could hear me in the shower going, what are you doing in there? You're supposed to be my husband. You're supposed to be like the man that I'm married to.
Go back to wrestling.
So the man of the house is Bruiser Brody.
Yeah, exactly. My cat has become the man of the house. Because I'm just sitting there going, look down, look down.
Is that Kenny or Sal?
I don't know. Let's see who's on the hotline. Hotline! Hotline? I mean, maybe...
How is Sal even sucking at this?
Yeah, that's terrible. Let's go to Nate in D.C.
Hey, Roland, take your shirt off and do the truffle shuffle, you fat fuck.
Jesus Christ.
Jump in front of a train and die.
Okay, that's another request.
Or someone push him.
954.
Sam's a cunt.
All right.
People are vicious on Palm Friday, isn't it like 2 days?
No, it's not Palm.
Today's Monday. Palm Sunday was yesterday.
No, because my buddy has today, tomorrow off for the Jewish holidays.
Passover.
It's Passover.
That's it.
Palm Friday on Monday.
You thought today was Palm Monday. The Jewish holiday, Palm Monday.
I think you have to stick half the palms, okay? I'm hungry.
By the way, Bobby the Champ called while you were downstairs and said you got to check out Chez Sardine.
Chez Sardine?
Yeah, it's someplace in, I think he said the Village.
No.
Kevin.
Hey, boys, how y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
Did you watch Les Mis on your 13-inch color television, or did you upgrade to the 27-inch?
I use my 32-inch television, smart guy.
Later, boys.
Talk to you later. It's the other thing.
I saw it on my 47-inch HD. 3D.
Well, yeah, I've HD too. It's not impressive to say HD in 2013.
Roland just likes that his TV talks to him.
They don't make TVs that aren't HD.
It's 2 million to 1 pixels, so it's like the water looks even watery.
The water, yeah. Well, imagine if you would ever go outside, how great it would look.
Fuck that.
Oh my God. But I was just going to say something. What were you going to say, Sal?
The last two was Denny and first, and then it was Manal. It wasn't me all the time.
Oh, well, neither of them got it right. They would just wait until I say hello and then yell Slavo.
Yeah, they just as soon as they heard you pick up, it was just.
They work in radio. Are they nervous?
I guess it's true. They're bad at phoners.
I guess so. Let's go to Clint. Clint in Illinois.
Hey, Slavo.
See?
Wow. That sounded so fucking creepy.
Right. That was great. How come these people that work in radio can't get it right?
I don't know.
Man, hit it. Wow.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to disrupt your program or anything.
No. How'd you feel about your drum solo today?
I should have picked a song that I was more familiar with.
You did well with the Muse song.
Yeah, the Rush one. Rush is like one of those bands. Like, there's so many subtleties in terms of everything. Like, you have to remember what pattern's coming up, what fills coming up, how you accented it.
You got cocky.
I got nervous as well.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was nervous. And then once I started playing Stockholm Syndrome, I was like, okay, I could do this one.
You should pick The Power of Love by Huey Lewis and the News to win Anthony over.
Is that a drum song?
No, Back to the Future.
It's a boring song.
But still, though, it's easy to play.
Why were you nervous?
I don't know, just like, if I dropped a stick or something, I was going to, get it handed to me. So.
Yeah, you were. Well, there wasn't much you could do that you wouldn't have taken one in the ass.
Let's say the Cuban texted me. He's getting to the bottom of the Morimotos.
Yeah, I think it's run by but is Morimoto and Budokan run by the same people?
The Cuban's taking care of it.
Right.
Yeah, that's what he's like. The Cuban knows a guy. He goes, I'll talk to them and get back to you.
Mike in Toronto.
Sam, you're like
one of the girls, huh? You love the musicals.
I know.
Talking about other people's business.
Jean Valjean.
Holy
Did you watch? Have you seen the movie, Sal?
No, I took my ex-girlfriend to the actual thing on Broadway. I wanted to murder myself a bunch of years ago. It was just...
Okay, well, I've never seen the Broadway production. I would assume it's excellent.
Dude, it was awful.
You should see Jersey Boys. It's so good.
I'm not going to watch Jersey Boys. That
No,
seems
the play.
like... I know,
It's
that
really, really good.
That play seems like the play that tourists go to. Like,
No,
I can't imagine actually going to see that play.
It's really good.
That's not like going to...
I'll buy tickets, we'll go.
All right, if you buy tickets, I'll go.
Yeah, we'll make it a men's outing.
yeah, a couple of men going to see a show, going to see a Broadway production.
Sucking some dick.
yeah,
Kicking ass.
yeah, what else will we do while we're there?
We're going to
Roland?
suck some dick, eat some pussy, kick some ass.
What did you think of Jim Carrey's Funny or Die song? Did you hear it when we
I
played
didn't
it?
hear it, no.
All right, well, Eric, why don't you play a song for Roland?
Oh, I don't have that one loaded up.
Eric.
Why would you?
It's not in the car.
What are you, a fucking rookie?
Eric coming?
You should always have that song loaded up. Roland, how does the song go? How does the song go?
It goes, I'm sucking dick, eating pussy, kicking some ass.
Were you singing that all weekend? I swear, I got to thank everybody.
I did it because I was moving, and then I just went to go get coffee, and I just heard some guy yell, "Hey, suck some dick and eat pussy."
On Thursday,
I was like,
oh, right. I didn't get to talk about it on Friday because the after show was so busy. But on Thursday, I did the show with Bert Kreischer on Raw Dog, and I got to thank a bunch of you for following us over there and listening to that and calling in and all that. That was a lot of fun. But the funniest thing was, I pick up and I go, "So and so, you're on the air," and he goes, "Sam, I just want to say I'll follow you anywhere." I was like, "Well, what about Bert? I've been talking to him for 20 minutes. I don't know who Bert is. I've been talking to him for 20 minutes. What do you mean you don't know who Bert is? Look, Sam, all I want to say is I'm spending today sucking dick, eating pussy, and kicking ass." I was like,
Eating pussy, sucking dick, and kicking ass.
Bert Kreischer's looking at me like, what? What's he talking
and then
about?
later on, we found out that he talked to Ben Hoffman later on.
Yeah.
With Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
So weird.
Man, oh man.
Small world.
Eating pussy, sucking dick, and kicking ass. That's where we'll leave you today. Ron and Fez are coming up next. Do we have anything for tomorrow?
Tomorrow we have Shane from Vice.
Really?
Yeah, he's stopping by
The
tomorrow.
dude from Vice.com is coming in tomorrow.
Sick.
You're excited about that stuff.
Dude,
Why are you
Vice,
excited?
Vice is the shit, man. It's one of the coolest websites out there.
You love that website.
Amazing.
Those are the guys that sent Dennis Rodman to, what's his name, to meet with Kim Jong-un.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, check it out tomorrow.
Some big guests are coming up.
Yeah? Who's coming up?
Just tease it. I'll just say that so they won't tweet at them just yet.
So they won't tweet at them just yet and blow your whole shit?
Yes!
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Ron and Fez are next. Goodbye, everybody.
That's it.
Friday night, I just got off work.